What's up? STS. STS. Well, good. I'm gonna have to keep looking for that. Thanks, Lois Cox. I've been busy like looking for old stuff. I mean, I know the new stuff is November 29th. They're gonna decide, which is very exciting because I've been wanting this for a long time. Ever since I learned about this case, I've been wanting them free. Because it's like, dang it, dude, they've spent enough time. Like, I think they should have got manslaughter in that time. Hold on, why won't that close? Hold on one second. Because I definitely 100% always believed the essay. After watching a trial, it's like there was not a doubt in my mind that it happened. So yeah, and then already 30 some years behind bars. It's like, no, they need to get out. I think they will, though. I think they're gonna let him go. I really do. I don't even think they're gonna make him go through another trial or anything. I know that's a possibility, but I think they're just gonna do time served. I guess we'll see. I don't think they're gonna do another trial, though. But anyway, what I was gonna start out doing is going through some of the old stuff and kind of newer stuff. There's so much stuff to go through. So I have like, for the new stuff, like the stuff that's been put out the last few days or last week or whatever, I have like just links. But for the old stuff, I've been like editing stuff together and like, clipping out, like, for instance, I want to watch some of the trial. But so when we watch some of the highlights of the trial, I like in between because they take pauses between questions. So if you haven't like seen it all the way through, I recommend it. But we're not gonna have time to go through everything. So I just like cut out in between like downtime when they're waiting to answer. I don't know. I just want to get through some stuff. Yeah, I think they will too. Curious KB. I'm hoping. I really do. They would get a lot if they did it, and I think they. I think for like political reasons, I don't think that they would not do that. Because I mean, they would just get a lot of crap. A lot of people are really pushing for it. So I just think the pressure of everybody too is going to push it through. But like they were saying, like that appeal, that was in 2023. So it wouldn't have taken this long. So it's definitely, if like all the stuff hasn't come out and people, what do they call it? The Menendez, I don't know, with all the TikTokers, whatever they're saying in the documentaries and stuff. I don't think they might not have. They might have let it go again. I'm glad they're looking at it though. Who cares what the reason is? That's usually how things work though, is like big cases like that. They get a lot of people, power, money, like power and numbers too, and like powerful people that are important and stuff, and they're pushing for it and they get pressure and then it happens. So hey, all that matters is the end result, right? If they get to be free. Shinemi. So I don't know where to start. I have a lot of stuff. It's going to be different parts because we're not going to be able to get through all of it. How many of you guys have watched the trial, first of all? So I have highlights from the trial, but has anybody like not watched the trial? All right, hold on. Let me bring up. All right. Yeah, I should have more than that. All right. Let's start off with, hold on a second, highlights. Fishing trip, and his mother. Wait a minute. I'm missing one. Hold on. I'm missing something. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I didn't finish it. Okay. Let me see. I haven't. Okay. So we're going to watch a combination of stuff. Like we'll watch highlights of the trial. There's a mix of like them talking from prison after the fact, family members after the fact. So it'll just be a combination of stuff. Let's start out with the 911 call. Have you guys heard the 911 call? So the 911 call. So those of you guys aren't familiar with this, Lyle and Eric Menendez Eric got it the worst because they quit with Lyle, but SA, like the father and the mother, actually, they both SA'd them, like Eric up until he was 18, up until they killed him. Lyle, I think when he was 6, the dad stopped with Lyle soon and then moved on to Eric. But then the mother was even weird, like taken back, like given, who knows what was going on there, like given Lyle like going into the bathroom and washing his hair, and it's just like they're sleeping with her at like they're too old to be doing that kind of stuff. So it was just, yeah, they lived a horrible life. And it got to the point where Lyle was away at college. Eric, the dad said, okay, first Eric was thinking this whole time he was going to get to go away from college, get away from his dad finally. And his dad's like, no, like you're going to have to come and stay here. I think they said like 3 days a week or whatever. He was going to still have to go and stay home with him and get abused still. Ard, he was sticking like needles in him, tacks in his thighs. You'll hear it all, like horrible stuff. It was horrible. And so he told Lyle about it. And then they told their mom, and Eric told his mom, and his mom, like, yeah, she knew. She's like, oh, go, nobody helped me. She's like one of those attitudes, like, who is here to help me? Like, basically he was like, you knew this whole time? Like, that was almost like his last resort. Like, maybe my mom will help me. And this is after he's already, 18 or 17. Was he 17 or 18? Whatever. I mean, he was getting ready to go to college. And she knew already. And so Lyle confronted the dad and was like, you need to stop doing that. And the dad said, basically said, it's my son, I'll do what I want, and so, yeah, he said, I do think that they thought that they were going to possibly get killed by their parents, like the whole self-defense thing, because they said, hey, he would rather kill them than let the secret get out, because if they were going to tell anybody about that, and now the threat was out there, Eric told Lyle, they're telling the dad to quit. If he doesn't, they're going to say something. So now their lives are on the line. So yeah, so they made a plan and bought some guns and went in there and killed them both. But anyway, all right. So that's basically the gist of it. But yeah, we'll start with the 911 call real quick. So it's Lyle on the 911 call. Let me share my screen. Oh, let me take this down. Sorry, I'm a little slow to start here. Actually, wait, let me just share a couple more things, because so for the trial stuff. So I have actually a couple things that hold on a second, on I cut and pasted from different things. So it says they were not, so Lyle and Eric were not immediately investigated after, so they called 911. It was August 20th, 1989, to report that they had returned to their Beverly Hills, California home to find their parents dead with multiple gunshot wounds. So they weren't questioned. They didn't do like the gunshot residue on their hands. They had like the gunshot in their car. They didn't even check. And so, but they went and spent a bunch of money because they had a lot of money, right? So they spent a lot of money. Almost 7 months after the murders is when they got arrested. March 8th, 1990. They were charged with murder because Eric wasn't doing good, and he called his psychiatrist and confessed, and they recorded it. And so yeah, you'll see all that, why they were allowed to use that, because the psychiatrist claimed that Lyle threatened to kill him. So therefore the whole confidentiality thing, like, it was there, he was allowed to share because of that, which Lyle's saying I mean, from what I've seen, Lyle said he didn't say that. So, but I mean, it's your word against theirs. I want to see if there's anything else. But yeah, they did first trial. They had two juries. They had like one trial, two juries. They would have like the same trial. There'd be certain parts where one of the juries would leave if they were specific to each case, but a lot of it was all together. Both juries were basically deadlocked. Couldn't get unanimous. Come to find out, it was the guys. All the girls voted not guilty. It was the guys that voted guilty, and it was majority were not guilty, I guess. But so they went through another trial, which I put together a little clips of the parts where it talks about what the judge did. So they had another trial, and he didn't let in a lot of this stuff. He didn't let in any of the witnesses. Eric was basically the whole defense. I mean, they wouldn't let in any of the like corroborating witnesses that said, well, basically a lot of the SA stuff. Their whole defense was gone. Yeah, so and there was only one jury for the second one, and they got convicted. So, but like a lot of people are talking now, if this trial was today, it would not have went this way. They would have got manslaughter. Back then, that was unheard of. A man essaying their son, plus they came from like a nice family, well, successful. Like, that doesn't happen. Especially with a father and to the son. But now that we're aware, it's believable. We know, what I'm saying? It does happen all the freaking time. It's sad. So, but back then the judge made me mad though, because like, you're not going to let in the whole defense like that. That's why, like, that is why they became so afraid for their life. And you're not going to let them explain that, which made me so freaking mad. So they didn't stand a chance, on the second trial. Okay, so we're going to start with the 911 call. Sorry. I just wanted to explain the whole trial stuff because it's pretty important that, that they had two of them. And the first one, it's so crazy that the men, yeah, of course, the women, of course, understood that, like, yeah, they could see they were honest, but of course the men would be in denial, like, no, that wouldn't happen to a guy. Why wouldn't they just leave? Why wouldn't they just leave? You know what I'm saying? If it was me, like, we just leave the situation, but you don't understand, like, when you're in that situation now, it's more studied, on how people act if they're in that situation. All right, let me share my screen. So here's the 911 call.
Were they shocked? Were they shocked? Yes. They were shocked? Yes. What happened? I have a hysterical person on. I'm trying to get things further. Other units is funny. Is the person still there? What happened? We have units around. What happened? Who shot who? I don't know. came home and found who shot? My mom and dad. You know if they're still in the house, the people that did the shooting. Get away from them. Okay. Hey, let me talk to Eric. Who is the person that was shot? My mom and my dad. Your mom and dad? Okay. Oh. Hello, this is police department. Yes. Okay, I want you to come outside. Okay, just come out the front door and my brother.
Now, when you got back to the house, what did you do?
I went into the room where my parents were.
Would you back up a little? Why did you do that?
I don't know. I just couldn't stop myself. I was just drawn to the room. I didn't really want to go in, but I could not go in.
And when you did go in, how did it affect you, if at all?
It affected me. I just started crying a lot harder. One point I started to scream. It was awful, and I couldn't handle what I was seeing.
Do you recall hearing the 9/11 tape that was played?
Yes.
Were you in the room with your brother when he was calling the police?
No.
Were you on the same floor of the house?
No.
Where were you when, to the best of your knowledge, your brother was calling the police?
I believe I was in the den. I mean, I don't know exactly at what point he was on the phone, the police. I assume when he went upstairs. But after he went upstairs, I went back to the den.
You had been in the den. Did he come and get you?
Yes.
Did he get you out of there?
Yeah.
And did he go upstairs?
Yes.
And you went back in?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
After he went back upstairs, what did you do?
I went back in the den.
And you don't know why?
No.
Were the lights still on?
Yes.
And when had the lights been put on?
When we were picking up the shells.
You called the police?
Call the police.
Is that the 911 tape that's been played here in
Right.
court?
Right.
And on that tape, you're crying.
Yes.
Was that real?
Yes.
Why were you crying?
Why?
What was upsetting you?
Just the shock. Just not believing that this was happening to me and that my parents were dead and that I was about to call the police. And just, yeah, it's really hard to describe the weekend and the stress and the fear and nervousness and caving in feelings. I was really marginal throughout as it got closer to what actually happened. And by then I was just really raw and just crying for crying's sake. I don't know, crumbling.
You portrayed yourself as being very upset to the police when they got there, right?
No, that's why I went there, because we were crying. I was upset. I mean, by the time I talked to the officer a little later, I wasn't crying, and I wasn't trying to fake it, and I wasn't trying to, put on an act or anything like that. I was just feeling what I was feeling.
You wanted to get away with it, right?
We really weren't thinking in those terms, and we weren't thinking in terms of, we were just basically thinking that we'd shot our parents and that this was horrible, and that if, I just couldn't tell the police that, and that I did not want to then have to tell them why and explain everything about my family. And neither of us did, and we were pretty firm about that. And I mean, we knew that they could easily figure it out, and we didn't know anything about how they investigate things, and they might figure it out right away. But until they did, they didn't want to volunteer it.
Hello, Beverly Hills Police Emergency.
Yes, police.
I'm sorry, can you speak up, please? Hello? Hello, I can't hear you. Hello? Are you still there?
We're the sons of Jose and Kitty Menendez. No, Eric, don't! We just came home. We didn't hear anything. Eric, get away from him! Send an
Down,
ambulance.
sir? I can't understand you.
Please send an ambulance.
I always was affected by the fact that when the police supposedly arrived, did you hear this testimony? The police arrived, those boys had gone out onto the front lawn and they were crying hysterically about what had happened. And so after hearing that story, I never believed any of the other.
I better not. I didn't realize this was at the end of it. We could skip that because she's probably. I could see. I don't know if she'd copyright. I didn't even realize that was on the end of it. Sorry, that's low. So the ones that I re-edited and stuff, like to clip together, will be louder. But I swear, when I was listening to that earlier, I was listening to it on my what are these called? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. The AirPods. And it was really loud. It's amazing. Like, these so much lower. You get a pair of these, and that probably wasn't that low. Okay. So there was the 911 call, and then it had some things where they added, what they were thinking when they went inside after that. Okay. So then let's watch. I'm going to play the part real quick about the judge not allowing the stuff in the next trial, like that whole ordeal. Well, yeah. So remember, all the clips we're going to watch are going to be from the first trial because the second trial wasn't televised. So any highlights from the trial is going to be from the first trial. So here is the stuff here.
One thing that
So this is basically talking about the second trial and what the judge basically didn't make made inadmissible or whatever.
have asked the judge to do is to limit the so-called abuse excuse, to limit evidence that has nothing to do with fear of their parents.
That is so fun. That's so how they did not understand like abuse back then, because that to me is the same thing. Like, you're afraid of them. Abuse can make you be afraid of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he like? Well, they didn't say it was abuse. They said that they were afraid of him. Yeah, it goes hand in hand. They were afraid of him because the years of freaking horrible abuse. So I don't, but this is, prosecution on the other side.
Dramatically reverse all of his important decisions. And essentially, right in front of us, he took away my entire defense. We were not allowed to talk about any psychological trauma we went through, and any terrorizing or intimidation or fear that occurred in the house. It was excluded from the trial.
That's Eric on the phone right there talking.
And he knew the feeling. It was clear. The mood in the courtroom was focused on conviction for first-degree murder.
David Kahn's conduct, I thought, was shameful. I really do. He came in like a hitman. What right did he have to look inside?
Ashley, I heard about that. You have that card, dude. That's going to be worth a lot of money, I bet. Can you take a picture and show me? I heard them talking about it on a video. I guess I could probably Google it. David Letterman said there's a clip where I think it's David Letterman's talking about it. Did you see that? Dude, if you have that, put that in a you know how like I used to collect cards when I was younger. They have those little sleeves you could put in. What card is it? What basketball card is it? That's awesome. You got to go find it and take a picture for me. I want to see it.
Those kids' minds. If these kids were the love slaves of their father, we can't comprehend that. It shows a callousness that doesn't serve him very well.
All of the years of trauma that my relatives have seen us go through as children, without that testimony, worried that the jury would not come back with the right verdict, that he didn't allow the imperfect self-defense instructions. So at the end, he then pulled that out from under us. Basically, the jury was left with first degree or not guilty.
When you're preparing for a role like this, I know you got to speak with Lyle and Eric, or you spoke with Eric on the phone. before the premiere. Oh,
I spoke with
both
both of them, yeah.
And then you, after the show premiered, you got to actually go visit with Kim in the prison.
Yeah.
What was that experience like for you after living with this character, now meeting this person? Right?
You guys that didn't see Monsters, I was SideQuest. Yes, I saw your message. I wasn't happy with it either because the way they portrayed them, especially Lyle, it was not. They're mad too. They're mad. Supposedly, there possibly could be a lawsuit if defamation, if it affects the outcome. But yeah, freaking. Yeah, they definitely it's almost like he's exaggerated so bad, and Lyle more so, and it's just like, what the heck? After the first episode, I'm just sitting there like, wait, that's lot. Who are they? Wow. I mean, they have a lot of their mannerisms down. They do a good job, but they're going overboard, especially with Lyle. It's like that was way overboard. And way too much aggressiveness and just too much. And even they're saying it. Yeah. People that know him is like, wow, they're mad. They're not happy about it. But Eric, this is the one that played Eric, and this is the one that played Lyle. Eric, this one went with Kim Kardashian and met Eric. And of course, Eric was like, he's not going to be mad at him or whatever. They're just the actors, and they gave him a hug and they talked, and it was good, I think he's more mad at the, what is that guy's name? Rogers or whatever. But he's not mad at the actors or anything, but yeah, it was good. I mean, it's entertaining, but I mean, the characters are not, they're too exaggerated. They're not really realistic. They're just very exaggerated, which could, I don't know, but actually I think it has helped because it's got more eyes on it. But I know from everything that I've learned about him, and that's not who I would have that's not what I was thinking they were like. And then they're even saying that people that know him, they're like, wow, that they're way off, as far as the exaggeration. But anyway, I don't mean helped him. I mean, helped get eyes on the case and all the pressure to look at it. And then there's that other documentary, but that came out too. But yeah, I haven't even finished all of these. Me and Sarah keep trying to watch them. I keep falling asleep in the documentary. We've tried to watch, well, she might have watched it all. I've tried to watch it, 4 times now, and fall asleep after 5 minutes. I don't know. It's not that it's boring, but I don't know why. This one, I think I made it to 5 or 6, but then in between, I'm falling asleep in between some of the episodes. But I for sure watched the first couple, and that's when I was like, whoa, that's when I was like, wow, who are they? So I didn't get to finish it yet. So I can't say, I guess the later ones are really good, but anyway, okay.
So rewarding and life-changing. I knew I'd wanted to meet them for a very long time, and we got to go down for a really amazing meeting event type thing. They were going to present to us this green space project that the two of them have been spearheading for a long time now, and so that was really inspiring. And yeah, it was just amazing to just give him a hug and look him in the eyes and tell him I believe them, and I did everything I could to portray him as authentically as possible. So super rewarding and inspiring.
Yeah. Did it ever kind of recontextualize the journey that you went on playing, this person in a show, and now did you come away feeling differently after meeting?
No, in fact, it's sort of continued to support my beliefs that I had felt about them the whole time. And I went into the show with one perspective and one point of view, which was Eric's truth, everything that he talks about on the stand, and all the way leading up to meeting him, that perspective stayed the same. And then when I did ultimately get to meet him, he's so incredible. He teaches speech classes and he teaches meditation, and they're super involved in prison reform. And even the warden told us that he would feel comfortable with having them as his neighbors, and that he would let them watch his kids. Which
Wow,
I thought
that's
was,
amazing.
like, really, really eye opening, and I hope a lot of people can take something away from that.
Yeah, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. What we love also so much about this show is that it shows all these different sides, the what could have been, and you're kind of making the audience, the jury in this. What does research kind of look like when you're preparing for something like this? Did you find anything about the justice system that maybe surprised you?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the second trial completely changed. I mean, all of the rulings were changed. In the first trial, they had 2 juries. Second trial, they had 1. No cameras in the second trial, cameras in the first trial.
They didn't allow any of the evidence of sexual abuse to be admissible into the second trial.
Exactly.
So from our perspective, I mean, the judge crucified them by putting those restrictions on.
Yeah, and he wouldn't let the defense use imperfect self-defense, which was their entire story and their truth. So I think that was pretty messed up by the justice system, and I didn't know that the justice system had the power to do something like that.
Right.
It seems like it's like kind of unholy. So it's a really sad story, and that was pretty devastating.
I'm on mute. Oh my God. Okay. I was on mute. What I was saying is I always screw up and assume everybody is aware at least the basics of the case. So I probably didn't do a good job summing up what this case is about. I just was assuming because now it's big and it is a big case. So I'm sorry if I didn't do a good job summing up the case, but it's 2 sons. They killed their family. In the 90s, everybody thought it was just to get the money because when they killed them, they did spend a lot of money. But dude, they're like kids mentally. I mean, they've been in prison basically with the drilling and the stuff that their dad would make them go, like that they were like they didn't have a childhood. They had to like work, sports, like the way he worked them, and then the abuse. And so like, yeah, that's not that weird that after, well, I mean, we can't understand. Well, I can't understand because I didn't have a life like that. But like, imagine that extreme of a life since they were 6. I mean, like really young. And then they have all this money and they have freedom. Plus, they're probably like screwed up. First of all, they just killed their parents too. So they're just like probably trying to just like, don't even, I mean, it's not that weird that they did that. I feel like it's just like, oh my God, they're just spending money to try to like probably ignore the stuff. And they're not used to having that freedom too. And it's just like, but that doesn't mean that the abuse didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Both could be true. They could have done that, which isn't that weird considering all the facts. And then they could have been severely abused. You know what I'm saying? And feared that if they said anything, here's the thing, DJ, you said you don't understand the self-defense. He confronted his dad and his dad said, well, I'll do what I want with my son. Lyle was trying to stick up for his brother. Eric thinks he's going to be a prisoner forever. He's an adult now, basically, age-wise, and his dad is still R-ing him, like, up the butt, like, horrible, putting tacks into his thighs, like, horrible abuse. And he's thinking, I'm not going to get out. Like, I thought I was going to get away to go to college. I'm still going to be stuck here. And Lyle's like, I'm going to protect my brother. And Lyle confronted it. The mom's like, I knew that was happening. No, good luck. I'm not doing anything. And the dad's, it's my son. I'll do what I want. So, he confronts his dad. His dad's like, no, this is our secret. They know, like, Eric knows that his dad always threatened him. If you say anything, he'll kill him. He wasn't allowed to say anything. Now he said something to Lyle. The only way to get out is to say something to other people to try to get Eric out of there. So it's either Eric's life and stuck there, or they go and try to say something. And then they thought that they were going to die. They thought that if they try to get Eric away or tell people that he was going to kill him. because his dad wouldn't have been embarrassed. His dad would have rather killed them than had his name like that, his reputation. So yeah, they thought that. It's not that weird to think, you know what I'm saying? To imagine them thinking, shoot, either Eric has to stay here, or the only way out is we take him out. He's going to hunt him down and kill him, or we tell somebody to help us, and he's going to kill us because we told. And it's the family. He's all about his reputation and his look, like what people think. Yeah. So yeah, it's not that hard to imagine. And here is what. Okay, so they wouldn't. You heard. Oh my God. You know when you hit like something right on, and it's like close to one of my cuts from before. So remember, they weren't allowed to have any of the witnesses. They weren't allowed a lot of the essay stuff. They weren't allowed. All they had was the first-degree murder, and they weren't allowed the imperfect self-defense, which was their defense. Is their defense they were using. So what that is a legal defense that can reduce the severity of homicide charge when someone honestly but unreasonably believes they or someone else is in danger. That was their defense right there, and they weren't allowed to use that or bring up a lot of the essay or bring in none of the witnesses were allowed to talk about it for their second trial. Bunch of freaking crap. The same judge for the first trial heard it, could see how important all that is to their freaking case and wouldn't allow it. Not fair. I'm sorry. It's not fair. That makes me mad. Anyway. All right. So now, remember Khan? Now let's look at this here. This prosecutor, where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, here. Dominic Dunn was a writer and producer who covered the Menendez trial for Vanity Fair magazine. In the early 2000s, a documentary by Dominic Dunn on the Menendez brothers featured prosecutor David Kahn. The prosecutor claimed they had recordings of Lyle Menendez boasting about how he fooled half the jury.
We had a lot more information that we could use to impeach him, and in essence, he was afraid to take the witness stand. Among the statements was statements such as, we fooled half the country in the first trial, and now we just have to fool the rest.
There was no such recording, and the women who claimed to have heard Lyle say that recanted her claim and admitted that she was paid by Dominic Dunn. So if you guys have heard that, that's a freaking lie. Dominic Dunn was basically paid by Kahn. Kahn, the prosecutor, looks like he was involved in this whole paying like this witness to lie. What a bunch of, Dunn himself later admitted that he did send money to that woman. Dominic Dunn had a tragic connection to the case. His own daughter, Dominique, was murdered by her abusive ex-boyfriend, John Sweeney, in 1982. Sweeney was convicted of voluntary manslaughter and served less than 4 years in prison, which outraged Dunn and his family.
Because that judge, I blame him for everything that went wrong in that ridiculous trial, where a man who strangled a young woman for 5 minutes until she was dead got 2.5 years in prison, slap on the hand, and anyway.
You see why? So she represented the guy that killed his daughter and got manslaughter and only spent, what'd he say, 2 years? He only ended up spending 2 years? Is that what the other guy said? For killing his daughter. So now he has a thing against Leslie, which is Eric's lawyer. Leslie was Eric's. They each had, for the first trial, they each kind of had separate lawyers, but it was really kind of the same because it was the same trial, different juries, but she was technically his lawyer, Eric's, and then I forget the name of Lyle's, but so yeah, so then he gets paid by Kahn, and then he pays this other person to say, this lady to say that there's a recording that Lyle said, oh, we fooled half the jury, we just have to fool or half the world, we have whatever. You saw that. It was a lie. It was a freaking Oh, I'll show my new mug that Sarah got me. Isn't that cool? I like the pink. It's nice and big too. So if anybody ever gets me a mug, it's got to be big or I won't use it. It's got to fit my coffee. And my merch ones don't. Even though like they're fine, because I do the froth, I need it. And I do like the Nespresso and it's like a certain size. So anyway, thank you. It's delicious. All right. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. So these boys were screwed. I'm sorry. Like they should definitely be out. And I think they will. I do. I really think they're going to be going. They're going to be released. Okay. So let me make a folder of what I've already played so I don't get confused. Okay. So now let's play. All right. So I'm going to do trigger warning. We're going to do, this one is a 33-minute one. It lists out some of the, main evidence. So it has a lot of the SA stuff. So they got trigger warning, guys. It does talk about some serious stuff. So, all right.
I think that we have now seen the defense take their best shot. We have the advantage of hindsight. We know exactly where they're going. There are no more surprises. There is no medical evidence whatsoever to corroborate the claim of the defendants. There are no eyewitnesses. So how can they really say that the defendants are telling the truth concerning the allegations?
Back in the 1970s, would you say that the medical community was as aware of or as sensitive to the problems of sexual abuse of children as they are now?
No.
Did you see any indication in
and this is in the 90s. Imagine like where we are now. Like back in the night, when you look back now, you're like you're so far behind of what we're aware of now, but they're comparing that to the 70s. But anyway, so this video, I kind of clipped all this stuff together. It kind of makes a little bit of sense here. So you saw the prosecutor said no evidence, and then this is going to there's no physical evidence, or now this is going to show some medical evidence here that could go along with SA.
Eric Menendez's medical records of an injury to his throat area.
Yes.
May I approach Your Honor with Exhibit 299?
Yes.
Thank you. A document that's been marked Exhibit 299 appears to be some typewritten medical record about Eric Menendez. Does that document indicate that there was an injury to the throat of Eric Menendez sometime in 1977?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically does the medical record indicate was injured?
The direct quote is hurt posterior pharynx, uvula, and soft palate. Senior emergency room, Princeton Medical Center.
Okay.
Healing well, symptomatic treatment. Actually, was seen the day before. This is the follow-up note.
Now, is there is the report of injury in that medical record that's before you is 299? Is that consistent with, could that be caused by child sexual abuse, in your opinion?
Yes, could be.
And what, do you have any opinion as to what type of child sexual abuse could have resulted in that particular complaint?
Oral copulation.
In examining Eric Menendez in August.
And real quick, Sarah, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I want to make sure people know, I don't think that they shouldn't have got any time, but they've already done 30, how many years is it? 30, wait, 24 plus. And they were in there since 90. So 10, like 34 years. So we're just saying they would have, if they got a manslaughter charge or whatever, they would have already done time served. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they should have got some prison time. I'm not saying that they killed 2 people. Yeah, but like not life, they should have, I feel like they should get time served and get released.
Of 1993. Did you notice that he had a scar on his left inner knee?
No, it happened in 89, Harley, and then they were arrested in 90. They were arrested that March, I think it said. So they've been in jail since 90. So yeah, the first trial I think was in 93 and then the second 94, but they were in jail since 90 though. So that's why I have to count that because they're going to get time. They would get that time served because they were in jail. So.
Yes.
And did that appear to be a wound that had been unsutured, that it had gone untreated, unstitched?
Yes.
I have nothing further this time.
Okay, so Eric Menendez had a scar on his left thigh consistent with a knife wound. He testified that he obtained the scar when a kitchen knife was used to cut his thighs and make him bleed during rough sex.
He would stick things in me as he was giving me oral sex, or at times he would just sit on the bed with his legs up, spread.
But wait, you guys heard the doctor just said there was a scar on his leg right there on his left thigh right there. So unsutured. So it goes along with what he's saying. All right. Sorry. I just wanted to point that out in case you guys missed what the doctor said.
He would stick things in me as he was giving me oral sex, or at times he would just sit on the bed with his legs up, spread, and with his back to the back of the bed, and he would have me give him oral sex, and he would stick the needles or the tacks into my thighs as he was doing this.
Did he also use a knife at any time during, and these were the incidents that you've come to call rough sex?
Yes.
And did he also use a knife at any time?
Yes, he would. He had this wooden kitchen knife that he would use to he wouldn't be doing anything with sex at that point, though. He would just have me sit on the back of the bed. He would put a towel under my legs, and he would just cut my thighs with the knife.
And do you have a scar that is still visible on your thigh from when he did that?
Yes.
Which thigh is it?
My left thigh.
And how long is this scar?
It's about that long.
And do you recall that that's something that was done during one of these episodes?
Yes.
I'll read some of this. Both sets of medical records listed symptoms that are usually present in cases of child SA, including gastrointestinal problems, unexplained abdominal pain, how do you say that? Uresis? I don't know. Frequent headaches, speech articulation disorder, telogen effluvium, and teeth grinding. So now you'll hear that Lyle has all this stuff.
Examination on behalf of Lyle Menendez.
Were there any physical findings at all on physical inspection, not only of the anal area, but any place else on the body?
There were a few non-specific scars, and there was one scar on the lower lip. It appeared to be a non-sutured scar.
Could that scar on the lower lip have been caused by someone punching someone in the face?
That is what Lyle related to me as the cause of the scar, yes.
And did you also take a medical history from him concerning sexual abuse by his father?
Yes.
Did you also review the testimony that he gave here in this trial concerning the sexual abuse that had been perpetrated on him by his father when he was approximately 6 to 8 years of age?
Yes, I did.
Was the testimony that he gave to the jury consistent with what he told you about the sexual abuse?
Yes.
Is there an inconsistency between the absence of findings of anal trauma and his testimony and his report to you of a history of sexual abuse?
No, there's no inconsistency.
Did you see in the medical history certain injuries which had been treated by other physicians?
Yes.
For instance, was there an indication that when Lyle Menendez was 3 years old on March 9th, 1971, that he had a injury sutured as a result of a dog biting him in the face?
Yes, I recall that, I believe.
And do you recall in 1974 there was a report of an injury to hematoma to the left side of his face?
Yes.
And in the same year, 1974, when he was 6 years old, a report of an injury of a 1.5 laceration to his right eyebrow.
Yes.
Was there also a history that he had what's called an epigastric hernia when he was 7 years old?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a failure of the muscles of the abdomen to be completely contiguous, so that a small part of bowel comes out between the muscles, essentially.
Right. And did the medical history also include a history in August of 1976 of a speech articulation disorder and below grade level school performance?
Yes.
Did it also include an entry on August 4th, 1978 that he grinds his teeth?
I believe, I don't remember the exact date of the teeth grinding, but I remember the teeth grinding.
And was there also a report in October 28th, 1976 of stomach pains?
Yes.
And on March 7th, 1977, global headaches?
Yes.
Was there also various reports from 1971 to 1989 of complaints of headaches?
Yes.
Would any doctor looking at that full range of symptoms been alerted to the possibility of sexual abuse just looking at this medical history if it was all presented at once?
I was just responding to you, Melissa. I was gonna say, yeah, I grind my teeth too, but it's the combination of them all together is, more important. Okay, so this says that, oh, that's just a warning. Hey, never mind. I don't need to read that. Warning.
And what we wanted to do in presenting our evidence was make you understand why it was Eric reacted with such fear, why it was he believed that his parents were about to kill him, and why it was this happened the way it did. And so, how do you prove that? I mean, obviously, if I had a videotape of Jose Menendez performing a sex act on Eric, I would have put that on and I wouldn't have needed all those other witnesses. But the crimes that were committed against Eric Menendez did not wind up in this case and don't ever wind up with the police coming in and taking pictures. It's very easy to go to a crime scene of a homicide and to take all the gruesome pictures in the world and parade them later in front of a jury and get those people upset. But where is the picture of Jose Menendez bending Eric over the footboard of his bed when he's 12 years old so that his father can now go all the way in spite of the child's screams? Well, there is such a picture. But unfortunately, it only lives in Eric's mind now. And I doubt very much that Jose Menendez was very troubled by it during his lifetime. But I can't give you that picture. I can give you something very unusual to find in cases like this, which is some hard evidence of molestation. And hard evidence of molestation is very hard to come by because molesters are secret. They are sneaky. After all, they are exploiting weak little children. And they hide it because they know the rest of us don't think much of that. I'm going to leave these up here. And I'm going to leave them up here because ultimately you'll get over the trick that's being played on you and the shock value will diminish. So that when you go back into the jury room to decide this case, you're not going to decide it because you're still upset over those photographs. And I'm not going to leave my photographs up here because I'm not trying to shock you. Now, this is a copy of the photograph that's in the exhibit, but this is only a copy of it. And I'll show you why I'm putting a copy up. Now, this is the crime of Eric Menendez. And I cannot show you the crime that Jose Menendez committed on him, but you heard about some of the things that he liked to do to his little boy. And one of them was to stick tacks like this in his thighs and in his butt and to run needles across his penis. Now, that's this man. And I don't recall if there are autopsy photographs of this man where you can see his penis, the one that he stuck in this body, that Mr. Kuriyama tells you is all made up. The proof that it isn't all made up is who Eric wound up being. And I put Dr. Vickery on the stand to tell you how sick this kid got behind the home life that these two very dead people provided him with. Now, there's one thing that Mr. Kuriyama, I want you to look very carefully at this proof sheet. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of the photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in this envelope. This envelope has the handwriting of his mother, Mary Louise Menendez, and she had a beautiful handwriting. She was a school teacher. And she wrote Eric's birthday, November 1976. And inside this envelope were the original small prints taken on that roll, from which this is an enlargement. And also inside that envelope were the original negatives. And so what we did was we had blow-ups made from the original negatives. And we had a proof sheet made of the order of the photographs on the roll, so we could see which was taken first, which was taken second. Now, I happen to know, for reasons I cannot reveal to you, what the prosecution's theory is about this photograph and the one of Lyle. I will also show you. This is the one of Lyle's nakedness, which was saved by his mother, kept in that.
You guys realize, so they have naked pictures of Eric and Lyle. No face. The face is cut off, just their. And it was saved in an envelope that her mom had with her handwriting. Sick.
That envelope. Now, both from the cross-examination of Eric, I suppose, was the first clue that the prosecution's theory is that the boys, the children, took the naked pictures. And somehow that theory, I think, has to do with some kind of visual perspective that they want you to speculate about based on the height of the person who took the picture. Now, that's wonderful, except people who take pictures can bend down and take pictures of little children's genitals, even if they're big people, even if they're grown-ups. But frankly, there is absolute hard proof that Eric Menendez did not take this nasty picture of his brother. And here's the proof. If I haven't misplaced it, okay. Here it is. The proof sheet is the proof. The sequence of the photographs. Here is a gathering of people. Here is Lyle in the bathtub, one can assume the morning of the birthday party. And here is Eric in bed. Now, Eric is in bed when this naked picture of Lyle is being taken. See, here's the next picture on the roll. Now, are we supposed to believe that 6-year-old Eric, who testified he was not allowed to handle a camera until he was 12 or 13, got out of bed to go take a naked picture of his brother, and then got back into bed so someone could take a picture waking him up? And it isn't until way down here on the roll that the naked picture of Eric shows up, and then a picture of Mrs. Menendez's favorite thing, her animal, Tristesse. And I think it's really amazing if you could go back and remember the testimony, for example, of Terry Baralt, who was Jose's sister. She was asked about Mary Louise Menendez and who was it or what was it that Mary Louise Menendez showed affection for. And when she started talking about the animals, you could see the animation even in Mrs. Baralt's face. Oh, Kitty loved her animals. She showed them all sorts of affection. She took such good care of them. She never showed anything like that to her children. But here's a picture of her favorite little dog, Tristesse, next to her naked child. I promised I wouldn't leave him up, and I won't. I'm going to talk later about all of the evidence that corroborates the sexual molestation of these boys in this case. I keep promising what I'm going to do later. But you can't do everything at once. I will say this about the molestation evidence right now, and that is this. We presented this evidence through the testimony of Eric Menendez, and Mr. Kuriyama refused to ask him a single question about it. He ran from this evidence because he knew if he questioned Eric, if he used the tool that you're supposed to use to question a witness, which is cross-examination, which he does rather well. I mean, he cross-examined Eric about the crime scene ad nauseum. He questioned him about what they did after for a day and a half. He knows how to ask questions, and he is a very aggressive cross-examiner. He argues a lot. He insinuates. He's quite sarcastic and snide. He's got all the tools of the trade, and he used them. And he just spoke to you about how successful he was using those tools. Now, I will dispute some of the things he said about how successful he was, but it is true. The purpose of cross-examination is to try to show when a witness is not telling the truth or is mistaken in their testimony. And Mr. Kuriyama does it rather well. But he didn't ask a single question about the molestation. Why? Because he was afraid that he would not be able to show that it wasn't true. And he didn't want you to hear it. He wanted you to hear about the shooting. He wants you to see bloody photographs over and over. But he didn't want you to hear Eric Menendez talking about these hideous things again. He hoped perhaps you'd forget about it somehow, that it would leave your consciousness if he didn't cross-examine about it.
I'll read these. Oh, that was on. Okay. Cousin Andy Keno testified that when he was 10 and Eric was 12, Eric confided in him that his dad was massaging his and wanted to know if this was normal. Andy was 15 when the brothers were taken into custody. He tragically passed away in 2003 at 30 due to an overdose of sleeping pills. His mother told reporters that she believes her son's feelings of guilt and inability to handle his cousin's incarceration led to his death.
When you were 10 years old, how old was Eric?
He was 12 and a half. He asked me if my dad ever gave me massages. He was actually trying to find out if any of these massages were normal. And my response to him was that I wouldn't know. I didn't have a father around. My parents were divorced then, and I really couldn't help him.
What did he say about where the massages were?
Well, he told me his father was massaging his dick.
He used that word?
Yes, he did. What I do remember very specifically was him asking me to make a promise to him never to reveal that to anybody. And he was saying it very seriously, and I took it very seriously. He explained to me that these massages that his father was giving him were beginning to hurt.
And do you remember whether or not you understood what that meant? Or
I definitely didn't understand.
he didn't tell you anything about tacks or needles or ropes or anything
No,
like
he
that?
didn't.
Were you familiar with a nickname that your cousin Eric used to refer to himself at about this same time?
Yes, I did.
And what was that nickname?
It was Hurt Man.
After Eric's cousin, Andy Kano, passed away, his mother, Jose's sister, found a letter in his belongings that 17-year-old Eric had written to him some months before killing his parents. The letter details Eric's struggle with ongoing SA. And this is that letter everybody's talking about. But also, I want to give credit. The Menendez, I was just putting this out. The Channel Menendez case is where I'm getting a lot of these clips from. So like some of this stuff, like right here, these things are from them. But what I did is like clip things together in certain orders too on some of them. So most of the writing is their stuff. A few things I added, but yeah, they're a really good channel for this case. What was it? Oh yeah. So the next thing is the letter. Now I was just finding little bits and pieces of it. I'm sure there's somewhere, the whole letter somewhere. So the way I had to do it, it's funny. I found most of it, but then there's a paragraph part where I had to clip it like, because I don't know. I haven't had time to, I'm sure there's like a whole doc or a whole thing, but okay, so let me read it. So this is this letter that's kind of, when was it found actually? When did it say? When is the exact day? It was recently, because that's one of the new pieces of evidence. So wait, like how many months did they say? Like 8 months before the murders, or just months before the murders, they found this letter, which shows you that, yeah, like another piece of evidence that shows that the abuse was taking place. So let me read it. Okay. Hello, Andy. How are you doing? I hope better than I am. So this is from Eric to his cousin. Okay. I hope better than I am. It's been a long time since we've been in touch. Too long. I wish we could have seen each other during Thanksgiving. We almost did. We were all set to go, and then my parents decided not to at the last minute. Mom said the flights were too expensive. She said we could wait till Christmas. But now they're decided that I'm playing the Fiesta Bowl, and that is not worth it. Just fly out for a few days. Just to fly out for a few days. I was excited to see you in some high school buddies. Hold on, hopefully that'll move. Hold on. But stupid mic stands in the, I could read it from here. Stupid mic stands in the way. I still have to get another mic stand. Hold on a second. Okay. Little, I guess. Hold on. Let me just pull it up. I'll just read it from what I have, because this stupid thing. Okay, hold on. Which one? That's the beginning part. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up over here so I can read it too. Okay. I was all excited to see you and some high school buddies, but I'll have to wait a little, I guess. Mom and Dad had a company party here. What? Mom and Dad had a company party here, and Dad hired people to decorate the whole house and bought a whole tree that they brought down from Santa Barbara. Actually, they had to bring 3 since Mom didn't like the way that the first 5 looked. Is that what it says? Hold on. I don't know if the first one looked or whatever. First, does that say 5 though? Because that's interesting. Because is she that like is the first 5? I don't know. They were pissed. They also decorated the tree. Where's all right, I'm just gonna pull it here and then dang it. Why is that? Hold on, guys. Let me bring it over here so I can see it better. Hold on. I don't know why it's not doing what I want. Here we go. Okay. I'm just going to read it from here. Okay. Okay. The Christmas spirit. Oh, it says, I was all excited to see you and some high school buddies, but I'll have to wait a little, I guess. I already did that. I must have put this in opposite. I think I added this in the wrong spot. I mean, the order of the freaking, hold on. Let me see how it pops up. The Christmas spirit. I remember when you and Lyle and I used to decorate it. Times change, huh? At least I got to put up my own stocking. And one for Randy and Velvet, who are fine, by the way. Okay, so now it gets into the part where it talks about the stuff. Okay. One second. I have to do it from here because the way that cuts it off because of the stuff is driving me nuts. So, okay. At times I wish I could talk to her about things, Wait, is that? Yeah, it just cuts in because I can't find, I think there's a page missing. I'm sorry, guys. I'll end up finding it, but it does go into stuff here. So at times I wish I could talk to her about things, someday, especially Dad and I, but the way she worships him and tells him everything, I'm so afraid to tell him whatever I say. Afraid she'll tell him whatever I say. And here's the thing. So right here, it's showing like she doesn't think she knows, and he's thinking, oh, like if I tell her, like she'll probably protect me. He ends up talking about it in the trial, like, it's your mom. You would think that if you tell her, she will help you, right? So that's what he's afraid right now, because remember, this was like 8 months before the murder. He's afraid to tell her, but he's like, ooh, I'm afraid if I tell her, like, is she going to tell him, and then he ends up telling her, and she's, oh, the way she handles it. But anyway, gosh darn it, I just can't risk it. Lyle got in a huge fight with her over why we couldn't spend Christmas with the rest of our family, and Mom freaked out and said if he wanted to go, he could go alone. I just don't know what she wants to. I don't know what she wants. I don't know, for him like that. Lyle wanted to stay, but Dad wouldn't let him. So now I'm stuck here alone. I've been trying to avoid Dad. It's still happening, Andy, but it's worse for me now. I can't explain it. He's so overweight. So overweight that I can't stand to see him. I never know when it's going to happen, and it's driving me crazy. Every night I stay up thinking he might come in. I need to put it out of my mind. I know what you said before, but I'm afraid. You just don't know Dad like I do. He's crazy. He's warned me 100 times about telling anyone, especially Lyle. And I'm a serious wimpus. Am I a serious wimpus? I don't know. I'll make it through. I don't know I'll make it through this. I could handle it Andy. I need to stop thinking about it. Man. Anyway, I hope you're doing good. How's your new girlfriend, Allison? She sounds pretty great. When do I get to meet her? I can see why you don't want to leave Puerto Rico. I hear you're playing a lot of soccer. That's great. I love soccer. Too bad I had to. And then I got to find the whole letter. But that's That's the, like, this page is the one that's like posted everywhere because it's the part where he talks about it happening with his dad and stuff. So that's like, they ended up finding that letter in like a storage, and they're cleaning out the storage or whatever. And so yeah, that's gonna be one of the things that they're gonna look at. And then also that guy from the Menudo, came out that he was abusing him too, which we'll see a clip where he talks about that. So like, it's all going to take, they're going to look at all that stuff, because before there was just a denial that it was happening, you know, they were just lying, and they're just greedy, selfish kids, and they just cared about the money. They're just lying about it. That's what the prosecution was trying to paint. But anyway, sorry I didn't read very good. I don't know. I feel like I had a part of it, those one parts that I had to like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I feel like I had that in the wrong spot. That's why it got confusing. All right, so that's the letter. And let me see, I think there's more to this video. Yeah, here. Let's finish watching this. Oh, Melly, don't forget to like, sub. Oh, yeah. When Lyle was 8 years old, he told his cousin Diane that man. See, that's why I should pause it. I thought I was going to be able to read it quick enough. He told his cousin Diane that he and his dad had been touching each other down there. And she testified during the first trial. Oh, wait. Noises. Many relatives testified that nobody was allowed to go down the hall when Jose was in the bedroom with one of the boys.
Were there any rules about what you could do when one of the boys was sent down the hall and Jose went into the room with him?
You couldn't go down there. I mean, you stayed in the living room or you did something else, but you didn't go anywhere near the hallway.
Neighbor Alicia Harris testified that she attended a dinner at the Menendez home where Jose screened the film Pixote, I don't know, Pixote, in front of her and his young sons. And I've never seen that. Have you guys? But this is pretty crazy. At the beginning of the movie, a child is Ard. I can't tell, is that a C? Herc said Jose found it hysterically funny.
Alicia Hertz, their former neighbor and teacher, recalled two young boys whose parents seemed formidable, even to adults. Like many others, said Alicia, she was careful around Kitty and Jose Menendez. But there was one episode she found too disturbing to ignore. A dinner party at the Menendez home. Jose told his guests he'd brought back a VHS tape from a trip to Brazil.
And I have to show you guys this because it's so unique. And so he puts it in, and I don't remember the name.
She said the film showed adults engaging in sex acts in front of children.
And we saw a few seconds of it, a few minutes, and we made excuses. A lot of us stood up and said, we have to leave. We couldn't stand to see it, to watch it.
But Jose found this engaging?
Hysterically funny.
Dr. Summerfield Bush testified that he saw Kitty Menendez from February 27th.
You guys get to read that? Shoot, sorry. I'll read it. Hold on.
I think that we have now seen that. I think that we.
Oh, wait. That was weird. How did it get all the way over there? Hold on a second. What the heck? I was gonna read that. I was like, wait, where are we? Okay, hold on. Okay. Therapy note. 6 weeks before her death, Kitty told her therapist that she was hiding sick and embarrassing secrets regarding her family.
If she was not hospitalized. They urged her on a regular basis to be hospitalized so that he could, number one, isolate her from the forces he thought were reinforcing the secretiveness, that is, her husband. And also because if she ever actually faced these core issues, he felt that the suicide issue, which was always there for her, would be intensified to a degree that it would not be safe for her on an outpatient basis to face these issues.
4 months before the killings, Lyle confided in his friend Donovan about the sexual SA and he and his brother had suffered.
Did you reveal something about your own background of a personal nature
Yes, I did.
to Lyle? And did he, in response to that, reveal something to you about his and his brother's background?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he and his brother had been molested by their father?
No, he didn't.
Have you ever told me that?
I can't recall that I have.
Have you ever told anyone else that?
I can't recall that I have.
You don't remember whether you've ever told me or anyone else that Lyle Menendez told you that he and his brother were molested by their father in a Chinese restaurant?
I told him I was molested as a child. He never told me he was.
He never said anything to you of that nature?
No.
And you have never told anybody that he said anything of that nature? Is that true or not true?
It's true that I never told anybody that I said that.
Mr. Boudreau, did you ever have an interview with a reporter in this case on tape in which you made that statement?
I interviewed with Bob Rand, was the only reporter I interviewed on tape, so.
You've interviewed with a number of reporters in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
How many? Who have you been interviewed by in this case?
Bob Rand, Ron Sobel, and some gentleman from the US 1 newspaper in Princeton area.
Okay. And is it your testimony that you have never in any of those interviews made this statement?
I can't recall that I have, no.
Don't you think you would remember if you had?
Oh, sure.
So is it your testimony that you haven't?
It's my testimony that I haven't.
Thank you.
Well, I don't recall on that, but I want to kind of see what's going to come up in trial. We will, yeah. That's it. We will. No, I don't know. I don't know that, but but well, I had heard. How did that conversation start? We were in a Chinese food restaurant towards the end, in early May, and this I think it's before he found out about my lies. One of the reasons we were friends is because we had so much in common with this way we suffered, experience, and then to bring this into the relationship as far as an experience we both shared that we've never spoken to or about to anybody. So basically, he said that his father had abuse in Europe. Yeah, in there, and yeah.
Mr. Bishop, do you recognize your voice?
Yes.
And who's the other voice on the tape?
Bob Rand.
And was that an interview you had with him in March of 1992?
I can't recall when I did the interview.
At the age of 14, Lyle wrote a school essay titled "I Will Change Your Verdict" about a man soon to be executed for killing a child molester to protect a 12-year-old boy. The essay was written shortly after Lyle discovered his father had been abusing his 12-year-old brother, Eric. Oh, wait, that's not accurate though. Because remember, I didn't write a lot of this stuff in between because he was, wouldn't have been 17 when Lyle told Eric. I'm trying to think if there was another time that they had mentioned, because I haven't listened to all the trial in a while, but when I was going over to pick highlights, I was watching some of them again, but it's been a while since I've watched the trial, like 3 years ago. Anyway, so I would change your verdict. You know, I'll try to maybe for the next live, because I'm going to be doing like, there's going to be a lot of videos on this. Maybe not a lot, but a few parts at least. I don't know, at least like a few more parts. I'll try to get that so where we could read it. But I guess there's some of it. A man awaits his turn on the electric chair. You, the average citizens of America, put that man there. He arred me and slaughter so many children and makes you sick. He'd been up before you before. Wait, he's been up before you before. But there was not enough evidence. But now you can taste his death. A man away, on the electric chair. You, the average citizens of America, put that man there. Now you can taste his death. Hope it hurts and is slow. You never even gave him a chance to talk. Do you know what drove him to do it? You never even gave him a chance to talk. He wanted to, you know, he only wanted to say a few things, but no, not you. You couldn't let this thing talk as if he had rights or feelings. You only looked at the evidence, smiled, and yelled guilty. Why, my friend? Why? In the second trial, Judge Stanley Weisberg altered key evidence rulings, resulted in jurors convicting Lyle and Eric without hearing much abuse evidence. Yes, his dad was Nija. After the trial, several jurors expressed that they would have never voted for first-degree murder had they had known the detailed family history.
Prosecutor David Kahn promised a different approach to the case.
One thing that we have asked the judge to do is to limit the so-called abuse excuse, to limit evidence that has nothing to do with this case.
And so all the rulings from the first trial changed in the state's favor. There were various instructional issues. There was expert testimony that wasn't permitted in the second trial. The sexual abuse evidence that had been admitted at the first trial for the defense was no longer admissible.
The judge has ruled that he will not allow the brothers to call all of their family and friends as witnesses, curtailing the defense's case.
And in fact, what they didn't allow the jury to hear made it worse because the defense evidence that was presented was so trivial. So we don't hear that Lyle, when he was 8 years old, told Diane that his father was touching his penis. We don't hear that Lyle, when he was 12 or 13, wrote an essay about a father put on death row for molesting his child. What we do hear is that his father didn't put a Band-Aid on his knee. The prosecutor was able to stand up in closing and say, "You've heard no evidence of sexual abuse."
Wow. I don't like that.
And the prosecutor was
freaking
right,
guy.
but only because he had excluded the evidence.
Wow. Makes me mad. So hold on, guys. Give me 1 minute. I want to switch headphones because I want to be able to get up and hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. We have to finish watching that video. I think that's when the Menudo guy comes on now. 1 second, though. I want to switch over. And then we'll finish. I wanted to show, I realized that at the beginning, I kept forgetting I was going to show some pictures of everybody. So you guys know, first people that are maybe new can have like pictures of, it's always good to have a, mental picture of who we're talking about. All right, hold on. Let me share a couple pictures and then we'll finish. Yeah, I still have that video up. Okay. Okay, so that is Lyle. He's the older one, and that's Eric. That's Lyle when he was younger. I did like a photo restore. Look, some of them came out really good, huh? That's when they're little, Lyle and Eric. That's the parents, Jose and what's her name? This one, why didn't? Oh, that one. Yeah, I tried to restore that one, but that's pretty good anyway. But yeah, it's Lyle and Eric. Lyle and Eric. Am I sharing my screen? Oh my God, I'm not. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's go back. I'm silly. Okay, so I know I am silly. It wouldn't be alive if I didn't have silly moments. Okay. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's are they up now? Yeah. Lyle. It's Lyle and Eric. So like I was saying, Lyle's the older one. Eric's the younger one. That's the parents. I'm trying to okay, so yeah, there's his the parents. Yeah, it's just so weird. Almost weird to think that that happened. Like, yeah, who does that to their kids? I just don't understand. It's them with their dad. It's Lyle, Eric. That's the guy from Menudo when he was younger, which we'll hear him talk. He R'd him too, the dad, because the dad signed him because he was like a music executive. Wasn't he into movies too? Like he was just successful in that industry, which isn't surprising. Think about now, like all the stuff coming out, like all the like back in that time in the industry, like how many people were freaking SA'd too. So it's just ugh. That's Lyle and his testifying. That's sitting on the dad's lap. Oh, you going to sleep slow? Good night. Good night. I think they were. Well, yeah, they killed the parents. They're not denying that. So they killed them, but it's just the fact, of why. So yeah, that was Lyle's lawyer. I forget what her name is, and Eric. There they are again. That's Kitty, the mom, and Lyle when they're younger. It's parents and Eric. It's their parents, Jose and Kitty. Soul, you made it! Hey. It's the mom and Eric and Lyle. It's just weird to like look at these pictures knowing what the heck was going on. That's the mom. Lyle. Both of them. Oh, she has been there the whole time. Sorry, I've been grandparents. I haven't. Jose, it's probably his grandparents. But look how, because he was like trained, like they like swimming and tennis, everything they had to like do it like constantly. They didn't get to be kids, but look how muscular, because he freaking, I mean, the kid was overworked. They did not have a childhood. I'm sorry. Like that. And that was my point when now they have freedom. Now they have money. So it isn't really that weird that they went and spent a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I can't understand personally, like what it would do to somebody like going through what they went through, but it does make sense that once they got that freedom, that they went and like spent it all. They were probably also to like just take away like the pain and the worried, and they just didn't know what to do. Yeah, he did. Oh yeah. That's the mom. It's mom and Eric. It's mom. It's a mom and dad. Mom and dad. It's Eric. Eric and Lyle. Eric and Lyle. That's Lyle. It's boys. I guess I don't need to keep saying who they are. You can tell who they are. But yeah, there's a dad, Lyle, Eric. Oh, Eric, dad, yeah, parents. Their dad, and like it's sick to like. I mean, that this picture takes on like a whole new meaning. I feel like knowing what freaking happened, and then he's just, I don't understand how they could do that. So mom, Eric and his mom, mom.
I think that
might be all the pictures. Let me see. For right now, yeah. Okay. So now you got. If you guys didn't know what the parents look like, now you do. All right. So we already. Oh wait, we still have to finish that one video. Yeah, here. Yeah, this is now they're going on to talk about Menudo. So hopefully, can you guys hear? Let me know when I play it. It says Jose Menendez oversaw the boy band Menudo while at RCA Records. Members were not only selected for their talent. Once a boy reached puberty or turned 16, he was replaced by younger talent. Oh. Many former members later reported SA by Menendez and other predators during their time in the band. Oh, and that's the band that Ricky Martin was in. That was the group Ricky Martin. You guys remember Ricky Martin? Can you guys hear?
Comenzaron a hablar. There was talking, Ricardo and Menendez. Y al momento me ofrecieron una copa de vino. Yo tenía 13 años. Ricardo no acostumbraba a servir bebidas alcohólicas. También hay ese punto. José Menéndez me dijo, toma este vino. Es un vino carísimo. Y tómate toda la taza. Después que yo me la tomé, yo me comencé a sentir un cansancio, un peso. Yo no podía más moverme. A partir de ese momento, yo solamente veía cosas como que desenfocadas. Alguien me empujó. Alguien me cargó. Alguien trying to push me. Y yo caminé un pasillo bien largo. Y había un cuarto. Yo no podía reaccionar porque eso me estaba tomando cuenta de mi cuerpo. Me drogaron. Y después de eso, yo amanecí en el hotel. ¿Cómo yo llegué al hotel? Yo no sé. Pero cuando yo fui al baño, I was bleeding. Y yo estuve una semana con un dolor terrible. Con un dolor que no podía más. No me podía ni mover. Yo me acuerdo que yo tenía que simular que yo no estaba con dolor, pero el dolor estaba tomando cuenta de mi vida. Que era un dolor terrible. Y sangré muchísimo. Y yo le mostré a Carlos, mira Carlos, mi ano se está sangrando. Ah, tranquilo. Ya luego se te va a sanar. Ya luego tú estarás listo. Eso fue lo que yo pasé.
So now that's a part of the new evidence too. I mean, because or they're looking at considering what Jose is the one that did that to him. So it's just crazy. That's just sick. Ah, makes me sick. Okay. So next we'll do all right, so I'll do the fishing trip the day before. So this is Eric after the fact talking about that trip. Or wait, this might be the one that the one guy's talking about, actually, the guy that took him on the fishing trip. I think he's the one. Yeah, that's right. There might be a both. I can't remember. But for sure, the guy that took him on that fishing trip. So this would have been the day before the murder. Eric told his mom, and his mom said, oh, basically like she knew and wasn't going to help him. And then Lyle confronted his dad, and, his dad basically said he's going to, he's my son. I could, do whatever I want with my son. But I guess he did say he would quit. I forget the exact quote, but when we listened to Lyle, I think he said, like, it'll stop, but I'll do whatever I want with my son. So he was going to keep doing it. So they thought they were taking him on a fishing trip, and they thought they were taking him maybe to kill them, because it's like, there's no way my dad would want that, people to find out what he did to us. He was not going to let that happen. So they thought that they planned this trip to maybe kill them. So this guy talks about what it was like with them that day.
Well, the story family, we shouldn't have been out there. Remember, a lot of waves, and the waves would.
Now think about it. They're thinking that they were planning this to kill him, and then the mom is like acting weird because it was like, well, they thought it was only the captain was supposed to be there. Was kind of upset that there was more people than the captain. So imagine, yeah, of course, in their head they're thinking, oh my God, this could be a trip they're planning to get rid of us. They're out in the middle of the ocean. The mom's upset that there's more people than just the captain. Oh, the chips, Sarah. These are, dude. I cannot get these in this country, in the United States. My uncle works for Lay's and says they don't make them because it didn't sell good here, but in Canada they do, and I love them. So Sarah sent me some. Oh my God, they're so good. And then these dill pickle ones. I think I like the ketchup ones better, but I like both of them. No, they're so good. How many have tried them before? They're really good. Have you people that are saying yuck? Have you tried them though? They're really good. Thanks, Sarah. These are so good. Oh my God. Wait, do you like them? I don't even know. Are you a big fan of them, Sarah? I'm over here obsessed with them, but do you get them for yourself too? Anyway, yeah, thanks. They're so good. But I thought that was interesting because the guy, yeah, I like the dill's good, but I like the ketchup better. I do. But thanks though, the dill's not bad. Oh well. Okay, so I thought that was interesting. The guy that took him out on the boat was saying how the boys were acting kind of weird. It just goes along with everything. They were paranoid. They said they got splashed and it was cold. The water was really cold and they just kind of like stood out there in the front and didn't leave. Like didn't come down and get warm or get a blanket or a towel. They just like were wet and just stayed there. I don't know if you guys were listening. I gotta have one more. Okay, so all right, so that's that. Now let's play. So we have about the mother, we have family. Let's do. So today I was gonna do the highlights from Eric, and then the next one I could do the highlights from Lyle. So let's just do this. This one's a longer one. It's basically this one. It's Eric's testimony. Now highlights a lot of the abuse stuff. So trigger warning for this too. Gets pretty intense, but okay.
Now, Mr. Menendez, these massages that your father gave you in your room in Muncie, was this the first time your father had ever massaged you in any way?
No.
What were the previous massages like? And where did they occur?
At swimming. He would massage my legs, my thighs, my calves to get me ready to go swimming.
And the massages in your room, how did they begin? I mean, what types of massages were they in the beginning?
Just the body massages.
Like what you got for swimming?
Similar. He would have me strip off my clothes until I was just wearing my underwear and lie down on my stomach.
And would he tell you why he was massaging you?
Yes.
What would he say?
He would say it's just to relieve the stress, because he would say that the stress built up because of sports, and there was so much tension and stress that I would need to do this to relax.
And at some point, while you were still living at Muncie, did the massages change in character in any way?
Yes.
And what was the change?
He had me take off my underwear.
And when you took off your underwear, did he do things that he had not done before?
Yes.
What did he do?
He would have me turn over onto my back.
What would he do?
He would massage my genitals.
And did that go on? I mean, how frequent were these massages?
2-3 times a month.
And was there a period when the massages would be what you've just described, and then they changed again? Something new was added?
I don't understand.
When your father massaged your genitals, as you've just described, was he using his hands?
Yes.
At some point after that, did he start doing something else?
Yeah, very soon after. I don't even really distinguish between times.
What was the next type of activity called? What did he call it?
Massaging me with his mouth.
And what part of your body would he massage with his mouth?
My penis.
And how did your father behave with you when these massages were taking place? How did he treat you?
He was great. He was kind. He never said anything negative to me. He told me that I was part of the family and that I belonged, and that this was good.
And did he tell you anything about the activity he was engaged in with you? Did he tell you anything about the massages? What were they?
They were to relieve the stress and the tension, and that's what they were there for.
Were they something that you were supposed to tell everybody about?
No, of course not. No,
Why do you say of course not?
Well, he explained to me very clearly that this was something between us. And what he said is that this would stop if I told anyone, and then I wouldn't be alone with him anymore, and then I wouldn't get this attention.
So he told you to keep it a secret?
Yes.
And did you want it to stop?
No.
Why?
Because it was the only time I got to spend alone with my dad. It was the only time I got to be with him and for him to be nice and caring with me.
So did that make you feel better about your relationship with your father, these massages that were happening?
It made me feel like...
Overall, your answer?
It made me feel like I had a relationship with my dad.
Now, apart from these times when he was alone with you doing these massages, did he treat you better than he had in the past?
Yes, he seemed to care about me. He seemed to love me, and that's all that I wanted.
Now, is that both when he's doing the massages and at all other times? In other words, did he suddenly become nice to you all the time?
No, only when he was in the room.
My question is, when he was not in the room, how was his behavior towards you?
He was like he always was. He was mean. He was sarcastic. He didn't seem to care about me very much. He was just like he normally was.
And now, for as long, from the beginning of these massages in your room, for as long as you lived in Muncie, did your father do the things that you've already described?
Real quick. I was trying to thank you, Sarah, and my thing got rejected. I said thanks, and I was saying that I'm done with these. I'm sad. But it said it's rejected. It's weird. And what do you mean fried? Is there a fried kind or something you're saying? Don't get fried? I don't get it. Like a fried kind? I don't know. Oh, fries. Don't get fries? What do you mean though? Don't get fries? What kind of fries? From where? Like, that's pretty general. Don't get fries ever. Well, sorry, I love McDonald's fries. Oh, I got to do that sauce. Oh, what did I do with that? I think it's still in the box. Yeah, my freaking comment got rejected. I don't know why. I didn't say anything bad. I was just thanking you, but anyway, all right. But wait, answer that in a message. What do you mean fries? Where? Like, why don't you want me to get fries though?
These hand and mouth massages.
Yes.
At some point, you recall the family moved to New Jersey.
Yes.
And do you recall any activity like this, massages type activity, occurring in the house on, and I can not remember if it's north or south, but Mill Road?
Yes.
And was it the same kind of activity, the hand and mouth massages?
Yeah, it was similar. It changed at one point, but it was the same type of activity.
Now, in addition to that activity, which was what he was doing to you, had he at any point while you lived in Muncie started asking you to do things to him?
Yes.
And up until the point when you left Muncie, what sorts of things did he have you do to him?
He was just asking me to massage his body with his back. He used to have his underwear on, and he never took it off. Just his legs and his back and his shoulders.
Now, at some point, Mr. Menendez, did the massages that you were doing on your father change?
Yes.
And was there an occasion when he asked you to do something new?
Yes.
And what was it? Tell us what it was that he asked you to do.
He took off his underwear, and he had never done that before. And he had me massage the front of him, and so I started. I massaged his calves and his thighs, and I skipped over his genitals because I didn't want to touch him, and I just went to his stomach, and he said no.
And did you understand what he meant?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I just touched him.
And did anything else happen after you touched his genitals?
Yes.
And did anything else happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I started to rub him, and then he told me to massage him with his mouth.
With his mouth?
My mouth.
And do you remember whether or not at that point, your father had an erection?
Yes, he did.
And how did you feel about his asking you to massage him with your mouth?
I didn't want to do that because I had never seen him like that, and I didn't want to do it.
Did it frighten you?
Yes.
Did you therefore refuse, and that ended things?
No, I wanted this time to go on with my dad. I didn't want it to end, so I was going to do what he said. I just didn't want to do all things.
Did you do what he asked you to do during that session?
Yes.
And what happened when you tried to do that?
I gagged. He put his hand on my head, and he shoved my head on his penis, and it went in too far, and I tried to push away, and he just did it. He tried to be calm about it and be nice, but it was too big, and it was too far inside me, and I just pulled away.
Now, did he get angry?
Now remember, I cut this so like any like I was hoping like if I cut like when she asks a question, if there's too much time in between, I was just like trying to shorten it since there's so much to get through. So if you see like cuts, that's why. So I don't know. I was hoping it wouldn't take like the, what is it called, out of it, like to see his whole body language. So if you ever want to just watch the whole thing, I didn't cut any part where he say anything, but if it's like any pauses, I cut in between just so we could get through more. But anyway, but yeah, this is hard. I mean, and we'll watch Lyle's tomorrow too. Like not all of it, but some highlights. It's crazy. It's sick what he freaking, his dad is sick. It's like an extreme, like, yeah, there's SA, but oh my God, this was really bad.
Or upset with you on that occasion?
No.
So it was still nice?
No, I mean, it was nice to be with him. I didn't like what I was doing, but I figured that it was just me, and then I would get used to it. I didn't think my dad was doing something wrong.
Did you think anything that had happened up till then was wrong or unnatural or abnormal or weird or anything like that?
No.
Did your dad, strike that, excuse me, Your Honor, did your father talk to you about whether what was going on between you and he was okay or right or normal or historical or anything like that?
Yes, he said it was something that was supposed to happen, and he often referred to ancient times in the Romans and the Greeks and how they used to have sex before battle and talk about how this was natural and this was supposed to happen.
And did you, now you're about how old now, 7, 8?
I'm in the North Mill house.
So you're about 7?
Yes.
Do you think your father was a real smart guy when you were 7?
Yes.
Did you feel your father was very knowledgeable?
I thought he knew everything.
Did you believe everything he told you?
Yes.
And so did you believe that what he told you about this was true?
Yes.
And did you continue to believe that for a while?
I believed that for a long time.
Now this, strike that, after the North Mill Road house, the family then moved to Pennington?
Yes.
And the activities that you've now described, did they continue in the Pennington house?
Yes.
Did you have a room of your own in the North Mill Road house?
Yes.
And did you continue to have a room of your own in the Pennington house?
Yes.
The activity that you've described so far with your father giving you 2 kinds of massages and you giving him 2 kinds of massages, did that continue the same when you were in the Pennington house?
Yes, I didn't think of it as 2 kinds of massages, though.
Well, I know, I'm calling it that for now, okay? After this occasion when your father asked you to do a mouth massage, did he continue to ask you to do massages with your hands?
Yes.
And were there other episodes of mouth massages where you were doing that for your father?
It would be one and the other, one after another.
And was he continuing to do the 2 kinds of massages to you?
Yes, he would almost always come in my room and do it to me first, and then I would just follow whatever he was doing.
So you tried to do to him what he was doing to you.
Yes, that's what I did.
And at some point, did the nature of these incidents change? Did he either stop doing certain things he had been doing? Did he start doing other things? Did he have you do other things?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what the change was.
He started using different tools and wanting me to do things to him so that he would show me how, and he would do them to me, and so on.
What do you mean by tools?
He had this wooden, it was about this long, and it had a little knob at the end, and it was roundish. And he would tell me to use that on myself, and he would show me how to use it on him, and then he would use it on me.
And what part of your body were you supposed to use this thing on?
My butt.
And did this use of this tool continue over a period of time?
Only a short time, until he started showing me how to use my penis. I didn't call it that at the time, but that's what it was.
And he started to show you how to use your penis to do something to him?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, do you have some idea of approximately how old you were when your father started showing you how to do something with your
Yeah, I was still swimming. I believe I was in 5th grade.
5th grade?
Yeah.
So you would have been 10?
Yes.
And at some point, had he taught you what he wanted you to do to him with your penis?
Yes.
And was there a period when you were having anal intercourse with your father where you were the person penetrated?
Yes.
And during this period of time, what was the mood of these incidents with your father?
I didn't like what was going on. I thought it was really dirty, and but the mood was light, and he would show me how to do something and talk about it matter-of-factly, and talk about how this was normal and this was supposed to be done, and like anything else.
Was he still being nice?
Yes.
Now, when this wooden implement, you said he showed you how to use it on him, but you were also supposed to use it on yourself?
Yes, he gave me that and another thing to use on myself when he wasn't. He was trying to do it to me, but it wasn't working. It was...
When you say it wasn't working, was it hurting?
Yes.
So,
All right, the objection is overruled as to that question, but counsel, please refrain from asking leading questions.
okay. How did your father react at that stage to things hurting you?
He was nice about it. He didn't want to hurt me.
So what would he do if something was hurting you? Would he continue to do it?
No, he'd stop.
And did you ever use that wooden thing on yourself when he wasn't around?
No.
Did you know why he wanted you? Did he say why he wanted you to use that thing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't remember exactly what he told me, but I knew why. It was so that I could practice on myself so that it wouldn't hurt anymore when he did.
Now, at some point, did your father stop being nice?
Yes.
Approximately how old were you?
I was 11 years old. It was just after I finished swimming.
What do you mean by finished swimming?
Swimming had ended. I ended swimming, and it was started after that point. So he was trying to do it to me, but it wasn't working. It was...
When you say it wasn't working, was it hurting?
Yes.
So,
All right, the objection is overruled as to that question, but counsel, please refrain from asking leading questions.
okay. How did your father react at that stage to things hurting you?
He was nice about it. He didn't want to hurt me.
So what would he do if something was hurting you? Would he continue to do it? Would he
No, he'd stop.
And did you ever use that wooden thing on yourself when he wasn't around?
No.
Did you know why he wanted you? Did he say why he wanted you to use that thing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't remember exactly what he told me, but I knew why. It was so that I could practice on myself so that it wouldn't hurt anymore when he did.
Now, at some point, did your father stop being nice?
Yes.
Approximately how old were you?
I was 11 years old. It was just after I finished swimming.
What do you mean by finished swimming?
Swimming had ended. I ended swimming, and it was started after that point.
I don't understand what you mean by you ended swimming. Does that mean you...
Swimming had stopped. He had told me that I had to take a certain course in sports. I was either tennis, soccer, or swimming. I just didn't know. It was real confusing. He sat down with me, and he came over to me, and he said, "What sport do you want to play? You have to choose a sport." Because I was 11 years old, and he said I was becoming a man, and it was time to choose a sport. And so I said tennis. Later, I found out that he didn't want me to choose tennis, that he wanted me. I blame myself. I thought maybe he wanted me to do swimming, but at the time I thought he wanted me to choose tennis because Lyle had gone into it.
Now, what was it, Mr. Menendez, that happened that made you think that your father was upset with you for having given up swimming?
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
You have to put the mic in.
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
Now, do you recall the first time that he wasn't nice during the sex?
Yes. Yes.
And you were 11?
I was 11.
The reason you're having trouble is it's not facing you. Face it.
I know. I need to use the restroom. I need a break.
Okay, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 3:30 or 2:30. I'm sorry, 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the case with anyone or form any opinions about.
It lost it. I'm sorry. Dang it. I don't know why my AirPods went out and then they wouldn't, when I came back upstairs, it wouldn't go in. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me just reshare. Sorry, I was listening to it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it makes me mad too, listening to this now. It's just what his dad did to him. It's just like sick, dude. It makes it hard to, even feel bad for what they did. It's like, dang it. Freaking deserved it. I mean, I hate to say that. I don't want to say that, but dang it. The way he put two of his kids through. Ugh. All right, let me
direct examination.
Can you hear?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, this particular incident when you were 11, do you remember it?
Yes, very well.
How do you think about this incident in relation to things that happened both before and after?
It's one that just really stands out in my mind.
Is it one of the worst things that happened to you?
Yes.
And thinking about it, do you remember what was happening in the house? Anything you heard or saw before this incident actually began?
Yes.
What was it that was happening?
I heard some fighting with my parents downstairs.
Who was fighting with your parents?
My mom and my dad were fighting.
Between themselves?
Yes.
Was this a physical altercation or a verbal fight?
I didn't know if it was physical. I just heard the verbal. I just heard them yelling at each other.
Okay. And what happened after you heard them yelling at each other?
I heard my father coming up the stairs.
And what house are you in?
Pennington.
And what happened when your father got up the stairs?
He came toward my room. All I could think about was him coming toward my room and how I was hoping he wasn't going to do that.
Do what?
Come toward my room.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to come into my room when he was angry.
Even if he was angry at someone else?
Yes.
Did you think that it was going to be something sexual?
No, I didn't think it was going to be something sexual if he was angry at that time.
Okay, what did you think was going to happen if he was angry at that time?
I thought he was just going to take out the belt or hit me or throw me someplace. I didn't know what was going to happen.
Did you know what the topic of the argument was between your mother and father?
No.
Did you have any concerns about what it might have been?
Yeah, I was concerned that it might have been over me.
Had there been arguments in the past over you?
Yes.
And had any of those arguments in the past over you resulted in your father physically hurting you?
Yes, he would get angry with Mom, and they would yell back and forth, and then he'd come to my room and just hit me or whatever.
So did you think it was possibly one of those episodes about to occur?
Yes, that's what I thought was about to occur.
So if you could tell us what happened, in fact, when he came into your room on this occasion.
He came into the room and he told me to kneel down on my bed.
Okay.
And I did, and he came over to my bed and threw me off the bed and told me to kneel on the floor. And
You made a sweeping motion with your right hand when you said he...
Yeah, he just threw me with his hand on my arm here.
He took you back on the arm and threw you off the bed
Yes.
and said,
And said for me to get on my knees on the floor. And I was real confused because he had just said to get on my knees on the bed. And so I didn't know what to do.
what did you think was going to happen when he told you to get on your knees on the bed?
I thought it might have been some sort of sex.
Why did you think that?
Because when he told me to get on my knees in the bed, usually what would happen would be for me to have some sort of sex with him. But it was strange because he didn't tell me to take off my clothes. He didn't help me take off my clothes like he used to do. He just told me to kneel on the bed, and I didn't understand why. I didn't know what was going on.
So did you then kneel on the floor as he ordered you to do?
Yes.
And was he dressed?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? First of all, did it hurt when he threw you off the bed?
I hit my head against the wall, but I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay, what happened next?
He was unbuckling his pants, and he pulled out his penis. And in some way, either by his hand on my head or by telling me, he told me he wanted me to massage his penis with my mouth.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And you had done that before, hadn't you?
Yes.
Had you ever done it being on the floor on your knees?
No.
Mr. Menendez, is this the beginning of what you came to call knees?
Yes.
And did you call it that because of the position you had to take?
Yes.
And what happened ultimately in this episode?
I had to give him a massage on my knees until he started to have an orgasm.
And had he ever done that before while you were giving him a mouth massage?
No, he had done it, not on my mouth. I was ready to pull away like I'd always done, and then he just came on a towel or a sheet, whatever he had with him. So I was about to pull away because I didn't know what was going to happen because we weren't on a bed and I was just kneeling down. And he said, "No, swallow," and he held my head to him.
And therefore, did he ejaculate in your mouth?
Yes.
And did you swallow?
Partly.
And did this upset you?
Yes.
And how did you demonstrate being upset?
I was crying.
And how did he react to your crying?
He pushed me away afterwards.
And did he say or do anything to you afterwards?
Yes.
What did he say or do?
He said, "Why can't you just be like your brother?"
What did that mean?
I thought he just meant, why do I have to cry all the time?
And was he, what was his tone of voice when he said this?
He was rough and he was angry.
Did he at any time at this point use the word embarrassment?
I don't remember him using the word embarrassment. He just started talking about how I wasn't a Menendez and how I was never going to be good enough to be a Menendez and how he was ashamed to have me as his son. And then he said I'd get used to it and left.
And what were you doing while he was saying these things to you?
I was just sitting on the floor crying.
And after he left, what happened?
I went to the door to see if he was still around the corner, and I just went to the bathroom and threw up.
Where was the bathroom in relation to your bedroom?
Just in the middle of the hall.
In the middle between what and what?
Between my bedroom and my parents' bedroom.
Back up from the mic a little bit. And you threw up in the bathroom on that occasion?
Yes.
Now, were there other incidents like this one after this incident?
Yes, this is what started to happen all the time. He no longer had me on the bed. He no longer had me sit on the bed between his legs. He no longer had me lie down on the bed. It was just on my knees.
And in addition to your just being on your knees, was his attitude after this different than it had been?
Yes, it changed dramatically.
And how was he from then on?
He was no longer nice. He now yelled at me all the time. He forced me to do things. I had to do whatever he said, and it didn't matter if I complained or if I said no or if I said, please stop. He didn't stop. He completely changed.
And when other episodes like this would occur, did you ever throw up after those?
Yes, I threw up almost every time when he would come in my mouth.
Now, how far away from your parents' bedroom was this bathroom where you were throwing up?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And your mother, Mr. Menendez, when you were in the bathroom throwing up because of what your father had done, did your mother ever come to you?
No.
Were there times up until this point in your life, 11 years old, when you had been ill and thrown up?
Yes.
And had you thrown up in that very same bathroom?
Yes.
And when you were ill and threw up, did your mother come in the bathroom?
Yes.
Did she make inquiry?
Yes, she asked me what was wrong.
At any time, Mr. Menendez, from this point on, when you were in that bathroom throwing up because of sex with your father, did your mother ever come in?
No.
Now, after this incident at 11, did your mother begin to do something peculiar with respect to your body? Now, was there a time when the sexual incidents that you have called nice sex began?
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
I believe it was just after 6th grade. I know it was before 7th grade, but I believe it was just before the ending of 6th grade or in the spring or right before the summer. I know Diane was there, so it had to be right around that period.
Now, why, Mr. Menendez, did you come to label these incidents nice sex?
Because of how bad the rough sex was.
Okay. So by comparison, these were nice.
Yes.
And were these incidents different than knees?
Yes, completely different.
Okay. What was different about this? And you don't have to describe everything that was done here, okay? Just the general feeling of it. What was different about this than knees?
It wasn't violent. He wouldn't come in and have nice sex when he was in a bad mood. He would always do it when he wanted to relax, when he had a tough day at work, he said, and he just wanted to be comfortable with me. He would come in and have this with me.
And did this involve a variety of sexual activities
Yes.
that he required you to do to him?
Objection.
Could you characterize in 2 sentences, perhaps, what was involved in these episodes of nice sex? You don't have to give details. You don't want to give the details of this, do you?
It just had me giving him massages with my mouth, him giving me massages with his mouth, and my testicles and my butt, and so on.
Okay. And he wouldn't be angry or violent during these?
No.
Now, rough sex, strike that. Would these episodes called nice sex take longer or less time than, say, knees?
It took a lot longer.
How did you feel about these episodes?
I liked knees better because it was short, and he would just come in, and sometimes he'd have me make me swallow, and sometimes he wouldn't, and I really didn't like that at all. But it was short, and I wouldn't have to put up with a lot of long, drawn out things.
Okay. And nice sex was longer and long drawn out things?
Yes.
And rough sex, did it seem to be related in some way to one of the other types?
It seemed to be related to the nice sex, but it was different.
And what was different about rough sex?
It was very strange. It was very dark. He turned off the lights. He put candles around the bed and on my nightstand and on my dressers, and he would light them, and he would put the candles in cups. The cups that he would bring from the kitchen, or different plates that were in my bedroom. And it would be very dark, and it would be very quiet, and he would do these things to me. It seemed to be related to the nice sex, but it was different.
And what was different about rough sex?
It was very strange. It was very dark. He turned off the lights. He put candles around the bed and on my nightstand and on my dressers, and he would light them, and he would put the candles in cups, the cups that he would bring from the kitchen, or different plates that were in my bedroom. And it would be very dark, and it would be very quiet, and he would do these things to me.
And was that when he was doing things with tacks and such? Have you told us already about some of the things he would do?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, before this set of episodes called rough sex began, did your father announce to you something about pain training?
Yes, he did.
And could you tell us about that?
He told me that I was the biggest sissy and the biggest coward he had ever seen in his entire life, and that he was ashamed to have me as a son because I couldn't take the pain and I couldn't be brave, from what he had seen.
What was he referring to? Do you know?
He was referring to a shot I got in the doctor's office. When I was in this doctor's office and he was there, the doctor had pulled out this needle, and I was real calm and I was real relaxed until he stuck it in me, and I was screaming and crying and really crying out, to the point where I had to go out the back door of the office. And
Why'd you have to go out the back door of the office?
Because I was embarrassed, but he was so embarrassed that he could not leave and go into a group of people who were in the doctor's office waiting room.
Who's he? Who was embarrassed?
My father.
Okay. So you were crying and he didn't want to walk you through the waiting room because you were crying?
No, he didn't want to walk through the waiting room because I had been screaming in the doctor's office.
Okay, were you still screaming?
No.
He just didn't want anybody to know who was the screaming kid?
Yes.
Okay. And after this, he made this announcement to you about your being sissy and coward?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he was going to do about that, if anything?
He told me that he was going to train me how not to feel pain, not to have to feel the hurt of the pain, and that he was going to eliminate that from my senses, my feelings.
And how did he then demonstrate to you how he was going to do that?
He did that.
Would you back up from the mic a little bit? Thank you. And would you tell us, how did he do that?
He would stick things in me as he was giving me oral sex, or at times he would just sit on the bed with his legs up, spread, and with his back to the back of the bed, and he would have me give him oral sex, and he would stick the needles or the tacks into my thighs as he was doing this.
Did he also use a knife at any time during, and these were the incidents that you've come to call rough sex?
Yes.
And did he also use a knife at any time?
Yes, he would. He had this wooden kitchen knife that he would use to he wouldn't be doing anything with sex at that point, though. He would just have me sit on the back of the bed. He would put a towel under my legs, and he would just cut my thighs with the knife.
And do you have a scar that is still visible on your thigh from when he did that?
Yes.
Which thigh is it?
My left thigh.
And how long is this?
It's not really my thigh. It's my right on the side of my knee.
On the side of your knee?
Yeah, right at the bottom of my thigh.
And how long is this score?
It's about that long.
And do you recall that that's something that was done during one of these episodes?
Yes.
Was there something, Mr. Menendez, that you called the mirror?
Yes.
And what was the mirror?
It goes on to the mirror on the next. Dang it. Oh, actually, hold on. I actually have that. I didn't. It might be lower, but hold on a second. Since they're going into the mirror and it cuts off. Hold on one second. The mirror. We'll play that real quick. 1 second. A second. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, where are my? Oh, downloads. All right, the mirror. Here we go. This one might be lower though because I didn't.
How long is this score?
It's not too bad. Cool.
It's about that long.
And do you recall that that's something that was done during one of these episodes?
Yes.
Was there something, Mr. Menendez, that you called the mirror?
Yes.
And what was the mirror?
The mirror would happen a lot after sex. Sometimes it would just happen after I played tennis or just when he got home and wanted to know how I practiced. It was a circular mirror it was like a sailing mirror. It looked like a sailor's port, and it had sticks coming out the side of it, like 12 sticks around the mirror. And
Did it look like a
had
wheel
rungs.
of a ship?
Yes, that's exactly what it looked like.
Okay. It was a round mirror
Yes,
that looked like a ship's wheel?
yes.
Okay. And where was it? What room was it in?
It was in my room on my, not my nightstand, the dresser, right across from my bed. That's what it's called.
It was in your bedroom. Was it mounted on the wall or was it sitting on the dresser?
It was just sitting on the dresser, leaning up against the wall.
And what did the mirror have to do with your father? Well, strike this. He would be drilling you, asking you questions.
Yes.
What did the mirror have to do with his asking you questions?
Well, he would take my chair. I had a wooden chair, and he would take it and he would put it in front of the mirror, or he would have me stand up in the mirror. If it was after sex, I'd be doing it naked. If it was after tennis, I'd have my tennis clothes on. And he'd walk around behind me and ask me questions.
What kinds of questions?
He would say, "How did you feel today when you were on the tennis court? Did you feel you did well?"
And what would you say?
I would give my answer.
Well, hypothetically, give an answer so we can hear how this would go.
I would say, "Yeah, I think I played well." And he would say, "Wrong."
And now what was supposed to happen, if anything, when he said wrong?
I'd have to hit myself in the head.
You'd have to hit yourself?
Yes.
Without hitting yourself, would you just show us what you were supposed to do? But don't hit yourself.
I'd have to go like this.
Okay. And what would happen if you didn't go like this?
Well, it wasn't like this. I'd have to hit myself.
I understand that you'd have to hit yourself. And what if you didn't hit yourself hard enough, or if you didn't do it, or if you missed? What would happen?
He'd hit me.
And where would he hit you?
In the back of the head.
And how long would these question sessions in front of the mirror go on?
Half hour.
And how many wrongs
Sure.
typically would you hear?
I would hear, it depended on how stubborn there were times when I just couldn't take it anymore. It would just well up inside of me, and I couldn't stand it. And I knew the answer he would want after a while. I knew that if I was on the tennis court, he'd say, how did you play in tennis today? And I'd say, badly. And he'd say, right. And I'd say, how did you hit your forehand? I'd say, terribly. And he'd say, right. And he'd say, did you hit it down the line like I told you to? No. And he'd say, right. But sometimes he'd trick me once he knew that I was catching on to him. And sometimes I would just give the wrong answer on purpose.
Would you give a truthful answer? In other words, if you thought you played well, would you sometimes say, I played well?
Sometimes I would say I played well, but I knew I'd get punished for that.
You knew he'd say wrong.
Yes.
But you did it anyway.
Yes.
Because you had played well.
I had played well, and that wasn't really the reason. I just needed to defy him in any way I could.
Okay. And what would be the result of that kind of defiance?
I'd hit myself.
And how often would the mirror occur?
At least every week. Sometimes more, it really depended. It would usually happen on a Saturday and Sunday after I played tennis, or one time during the week after any sort of sex massage. It depended.
Mr. Menendez, could you please sit back for a second? Take a breath and see if you can stay back there. Okay? Okay?
Yes.
Now, you heard your brother Lyle testify that there were many, many occasions in his life when your father would take him to some part of the house and they would sit down for hours at a time and your father would lecture or drill your brother. You heard that testimony.
Yes.
Did your father ever take you to some part of the house other than your bedroom and give you similar lectures and drills to what he did to Lyle?
No, it would only be the mirror.
It would only be?
It would only be the mirror.
So the mirror was what he did to talk to you?
Yes.
And what about the dinner table? You heard your brother describe what he was put through at the dinner table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that sound right to you? Is that what you recall happening at the dinner table to your brother?
Yeah, it was much worse than he described, but it was bad.
Much worse for him?
Yes.
And was it ever that bad for you at the dinner table as it was for him?
No.
Did your father do the same kind of questioning of you in front of the mirror that he did of your brother at dinner?
Yes.
Do you remember your father ever making Lyle smack himself for giving wrong answers at dinner?
No.
Your Honor, could we have a break at this point?
All right, we'll take a recess. We'll resume at 20 minutes to the hour. Don't discuss with the direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, can you look to your right to the pictures of yourself that are on that board?
Uh-huh.
Can you see them?
Yes.
How old were you in those pictures?
I think I was 10 or 11.
You
Wait,
appeared-
that's Hershey.
You appear to be playing tennis in the one on the bottom.
Yeah, that's
you know?
Hershey. It's got to be 12 or it's got to be 11 or 12 because Hershey didn't start till I was 11. I think that was the first time I ever played in Hershey.
So at the time those photographs of you were taken, you had already been raped by your father, had you not?
Yes.
And following that, did you make an effort to run away?
Yes.
And did that occur, what time of year?
In the summer.
And was this a time when someone was visiting with your family for the summer? A relative?
Well, she was visiting more than just for the summer.
Okay. Who was visiting?
Diane.
And how did you try to run away?
I just went across the lake in a canoe and decided to leave.
Did you pack up some things?
I had a lunchbox and I had a little school book sack that I put some clothes in, and I filled the lunchbox with food.
And did you get away?
I got away for the all afternoon until nighttime when it started to get real dark, and there was a forest across not across the street, across the lake. And it was a real heavy, dense forest, and you could get lost, and I did.
And did somebody find you in the forest?
Yes, I heard my father calling after me.
And did he find you?
Yeah, I called after him.
Why'd you do that if you were trying to run away?
At that point, I was much more scared of being in the forest at night than running away.
And what happened? Did your father eventually come upon you?
Yes,
And what was his reaction?
he was furious.
And did he do anything to you?
Yes, he picked me up. I was sitting on the back of a tree. Well, my back was to the tree, and I was sitting on the ground of it. And he picked me up and threw me against a tree and said, if you ever run away, I'll kill you. Do you understand me? You'll never get away. And he just went on and on and on about how this was stupid and how this was ridiculous and how I was embarrassing him. And
Embarrassing him to whom?
Diane Vandermolen was in the house at the time, and he was more embarrassed that I had done this, and Diane would now realize that I tried to get away from the house than anything else.
This is speculation.
Overall.
I'd like to go back for a moment to the sexual activity between yourself and your father for a few points, all right? When you were about 13, was there an episode of what you call the mirror that had to do with the sexual activity between yourself and your father?
Well, it would happen a lot of times right after sex. So what do you mean?
What I mean is, did he do a drill in front of the mirror that had specifically to do with the secrecy?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And was I right? Was that when you were 13?
Yes.
Okay. Would you tell us about that particular drill?
I was sitting in front of the mirror. He used to do this every once in a while. I'd say at least once or twice. It happened more than just when I was 13. And I would sit in the chair in front of the mirror, and he would ask me if I've told anyone, and I said no. And he would say, "What's going to happen to you if you tell anyone?" And I remember the first time I said that you will hurt me, and he said wrong, and so I hit myself. And he said, "What's going to happen if you tell someone?" And I didn't answer. And he said again, he said, "What is going to happen if you tell someone?" And I said, "You'll kill me." And he said, "Right."
And that happened more than once?
Yes.
Now,
I got it right the second time, though.
Excuse me?
I would learn how to get it right, the answers.
So the second time, what was your answer?
Just that he'll kill me.
And then he said, right? Okay. Also, when you were about 13, was there a nickname that you gave yourself that was related to what you've described here as rough sex?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
The Hurt Man.
Okay, so actually, you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna play Lyle's tomorrow, but it might be actually better to play some tonight instead of do all Eric's, so you guys could see both of them. You know, so I might play it's a 10-minute part of some of his testimony, and then we could listen to more of it on part 2. But at least we could listen to 10 minutes of his Lyle, the older brother. Let's do that next. But isn't that, I mean, that's, dude. That's, man. These kids, I'm sorry, and then, okay, so like their first 18 years or first chunk of their life, or average 18 years, you know, they were basically in the prison of their freaking family, like their dad, you know, training and working and being humiliated and essayed and everything. And then now for the next 34 years, they're freaking in prison, you know? So that's why I am just so for them at least being able to get out and enjoy some, like, maybe 20 more, 30 years at least, 20 at least. I don't know how long they'll live, but of freedom where they could at least be out here without their dad doing that and not be in prison. But I guess they're like model inmates. I mean, I guess they're doing a lot of good. You know, there was this video where she was showing, like, you know, Lyle graduating from college in prison. They haven't gotten any trouble. That's going to look, you know, that's going to help them with them deciding if they're going to let him out. Haven't had any issues or anything. If they were like really these narcissistic, just jerk kids. I mean, there would have been some stuff in prison. You know what I'm saying? This long, there would have been some issues. But they were like, I mean, I guess it's not. You would think there would be. I mean, that's not like 100% for sure thing, but I don't think they were at all. I think they were abused, and their lifestyle, they came from a wealthy family, so their lifestyle is going to be different. They are used to being in that environment where their dad had a lot of money, so all right, so let's watch. Oh, did I just see She-Builder in here? When I was scrolling up, it popped up, but where did it go? Well, hi, She-Builder. I don't know where your thing is. I swear I saw you. Are you in here? I don't know. All right, I'm going to play Lyle's real quick. One of Lyle's. Here we go. He just cuts
started
in,
with,
but
after sports practices, he would massage me, and we would have these talks, and he would show me, and he would fondle me, and he would ask me to do the same with him, and I would touch him, and we would undress.
Where would this
and it
take
was
place?
in my bedroom.
And how often would this happen?
Like 2 or 3 times a week.
And for how long did this happen?
Not too long. It began to change.
When did it begin to change?
I'm not sure exactly at what time, but almost close to when I was 7.
And how did it change?
Just became more involved.
What do you mean more involved? At some point, did he do some other things to you?
Yes.
What else did he do to you?
He used objects,
What kind of objects?
a toothbrush, and some sort of shaving utensil brush.
And what would he do with the toothbrush?
Well, in the bedroom, we'd have what we called object sessions, and just slide my pants down or take my pants off. Sometimes it would be for a short period of time, sometimes longer. Just lay me on the bed and he'd have a tube of Vaseline, and he just played with me.
And was there some point in time when he decided to use something besides the toothbrush?
Yes.
Was that important to you? Did he love you?
Yes, very. But I still didn't want to do it.
Did you tell your mom?
Yes.
What did you say to your mom?
I told her to tell Dad to leave me alone. And he keeps touching me.
What did your mom say?
She told me to stop it, and that I was exaggerating, and that my dad has to. When?
Did Did you ever tell anybody else when you were a child? You heard Diane Vandermolen testify. Do you
Yes.
remember telling her?
No.
Did you complain to your cousin Alan?
No, not about that.
Just about punishment. As a child, did you ever tell anybody else what had happened with your dad?
Yes. As a child, no.
Why not?
I was afraid, and my dad didn't want me to.
What did he tell you about telling people?
He just said that it was our secret, that bad things would happen to me if I told anybody. And I told him I never would.
How old were you when this stopped?
8.
So during the time between 6 and 8, when this was going on, did you tell your brother? Did you do something to your brother?
Yes.
What did you do to your brother?
I took him out to the woods whenever I felt, I don't know, I took him out sometimes, and I took a toothbrush also, and I played with Eric.
It stopped for you with your dad when you were 8. When you were about 13, did you think that it might be happening to someone else?
Yes,
And who did you think it was happening to?
Eric.
And did you do something about it?
Yes,
What did you do?
I talked to my dad.
What did you say to your dad?
I told him that I knew what was going on with him and Eric, and I heard noises, and that I wanted him to leave Eric alone.
Much more of that. That's all I have ready right now. But now anybody that doesn't say that's real, I mean, the way they both were, he was talking about what he did to his brother, and then they, showing Eric's reaction to that. I don't know how much realer you could get. That was not fake. I'm sorry. It didn't stop, Dee Dee. That's the whole point. It didn't stop. It was going on up until it happened. I think August was the last time. I don't remember if it was in the clip I already showed where he was going through like the knee sex, all the different sex, and he says August was one of them. I think August was the knee sex, and then the actual penetration was, I don't know. But it was all that year. He was up until that's why his dad's like, he was supposed to go away to college, and his dad's like, no, you're going to be here. I think he said 3 days a week or whatever. I guess he was maybe going to let him go for a few days, but then he would make him sleep at the house for some days so he could continue to do it to him. He was still doing it. That is the whole point. I mean, it's horrible either way, but that's why they felt that they needed to get Eric out. Eric's like, I can't do this anymore. Like, he felt stuck. They wanted to get him out, and they were afraid if they did, he was going to kill Eric. If they needed to tell somebody to get help, they were like, if we tell somebody, you know, my dad's going to end up he's going to kill them, because he'd rather kill them than have everybody know his secret. And so, like, he knew Lyle knew now, and he knew that Lyle was mad. Is like, no, this isn't happening. So that's why they thought, shoot, they're going to kill us, because now they know I know, and we're saying, no, this has got to stop. So they were afraid. The dad was thinking, oh, shoot, they're going to tell somebody, and, you know, my secret's going to be out. So, and then when they went on that fishing trip, they thought that that's what they were planning, to get rid of them. And I don't know, maybe they were. You never know. Maybe, who freaking knows? Maybe the dad would have. I mean, I'm not convinced he wouldn't have. I'm not convinced that he would rather people know about what he was doing than somehow plan some kind of death for his sons. And remember that Eric said how his mom was kind of upset that there was more people on that boat and that fishing trip than it was. She thought it was just supposed to be the captain. I guess there was more people. So what if they really were planning? I mean, maybe they wouldn't have, but I don't know. I think if, like, the dad really felt that they were going to tell people, I mean, he probably would have locked them in freaking cages or something. Anyway, yeah. It's crazy, dude, what he did. Ugh. Yeah, so he was like a big, let me see what his actual title of, because I know he did the Menudo. Wasn't he into movies too? Hold on. Let me see what it says. He picked up his first professional job at the Coopers and Limbrand accounting firm. One of his clients, Lyons Container, was so impressed his work with that company that they hired him to become the comptroller. Within 3 years, he was the company president. Where's the rest of it? Let's see. Wait. Okay. He was born into a prosperous family in Havana, Cuba. His father was a well-known soccer player who owned his own accounting firm. His mother was a swimmer who had been elected to Cuba's Sports Hall of Fame. Although the family was not among the elite, Jose's parents were celebrity athletes, and he and his two sisters wanted for nothing. But in 1959, this seemingly idyllic life was uprooted. Fidel Castro overthrew the ruling government and seized the property of the wealthy and upper middle class. In 1960, a 16-year-old Jose left the country to live in the United States, flying with his sister's fiance. In high school, he was a high achiever. Sorry, that's end of sentence. He was flying with his sister's fiance. And then in high school, he was a high achiever and won an athletic scholarship, but could not afford to attend an Ivy League college. While attending Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, he met his future wife, Mary Louise Anderson, nicknamed Kitty to those who knew her. They married in 1964. After graduating, he passed the CPA exam and became a successful businessman. In all of his workplaces, he was credited with being highly intelligent and diligent, but was widely disliked as arrogant and rude to coworkers and abrasive to subordinates. He became the father of two sons, Lyle and Eric, and was a stern and demanding father. He was also an unfaithful husband with a string of mistresses. His family moved to Southern California, and he became executive for RCA and became acquainted with a number of show business celebrities. But he was experiencing marital problems, and his relationship with both sons was deteriorating. In 1989, while he and his wife were watching television, they were shot to death by their sons. So that was the little biography that, when you Google it, IMDb. So RCA was his last job. Okay. All right, so we watched this. Let me put this into our watched All right. What else should we still got, buried Menendez mother. Let's do this one. Since we just talked about the father, this one is all about the mom.
Hollywood thrives on a good storyline. Well, try this one. A Cuban emigre who is a business genius back east decides to move out here and move into show business. Makes a lot of money and some enemies. He has a beauty queen wife who's an ideal mother, and they have two handsome sons who like the fast life, clothes and cars and tennis. They seem to have it all until a fusillade of shotgun blasts shatter the dream.
About 5 days before I found out that my mother had known. In my childhood, one of the things that got me through was I felt like I was protecting my mom by not telling her. I felt that if my mom knew, that she would have to save me, that she would have to rescue me. There was no way that she would let my father do these things to me if she knew. But I felt that if I told her that her life would be in danger, my father could kill any of us. And so when my mother told me that she knew, that she had always known, it was, yes, I'll never let mom.
And did he come in physical contact with you?
Yeah, he grabbed me as I was trying to get over the desk.
You were trying to climb over the desk?
Yeah, I was trying to jump over the desk because I just wanted to get away from him at that point.
And he somehow stopped you from jumping over the desk and did what?
Well, he grabbed me and threw me on the bed.
Okay. And then did he try to do something to you while on the bed?
Yeah, he was grabbing toward me, and I was able to just to fling my body away and run out the door.
So you got away from him?
Yeah.
And where did you run to?
Downstairs.
And did you go into a particular room downstairs after you got down the stairs?
Yeah, I just ran into the den.
And did you think there was anybody in the den?
Yeah, I thought there might be somebody in the den. The television was on.
And was there, in fact, anybody in the den?
Yes.
Who?
My mom.
What was your mother doing in the den?
She was sitting on the couch watching TV. She just looked over at me.
And what condition were you in when you got into the den? Do you know?
I was crying.
And did she say anything to you? Did she make any comment to you?
Yeah, she said, "What's the matter with you?"
And what did you respond to her when she said that?
Yeah, I said, "No, nothing. You won't understand."
You said?
I said, "No, nothing. You won't understand."
And did she say anything to that?
Yeah, she said something like, "Oh, I understand. I understand a lot more than you think."
And what did you say when you heard? Well, first of all, what did you think when you heard that?
I couldn't. I thought that she was saying that she knew what was happening between Dad and I, but I couldn't. I thought I had it wrong, and so I said, "What do you mean? What do you mean you understand? What do you understand?" And I couldn't understand.
And what did she say?
Well, she said, "Oh, I know. I've always known. You think I'm stupid?" She was real snide. I think she was either. I think she had been drinking, and it was real.
Sarcastic?
Yeah.
Was that something that your mother was from time to time, sarcastic?
Yes.
So what did you say when she said she knew all along she wasn't stupid?
I didn't know what to say. I just said, "I hate you." I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what she was saying.
All you said was, "I hate you."
I said, "I hate you."
And what did you do?
I ran out the back door.
And what did your mother do?
She immediately got up and started chasing me outside.
Was she saying anything?
Yeah, she was saying, "Get back here, you bastard. Don't ever say that to me. How dare you say that to me?"
Yeah, what was she referring to? Did you know what to your saying, "I hate you"? Is that what she was referring to?
Yeah, that's what she was angry at.
She was angry at this point.
Yeah, well, she was. I didn't understand the mood she was in before I even got to the room. She was. She was in a mood that she had been in a lot, but she was angry at that point.
Okay, when she said whatever she said to you sarcastically, she didn't seem angry then.
No.
But when you said, "I hate you," then she got angry.
Yes.
Now, had you heard your mother tell you or your brother, "I hate you," over the course of your life?
Yeah.
Had she said it once, twice?
No, she said it often.
So were you saying back to her what she had said to you?
Objection sustained.
So was this phrase, "I hate you," was this something that you heard over the course of your life?
Yes.
Had you ever said it to your mother before?
No.
Did you hate your mother, Mr. Menendez?
No, I didn't hate my mother.
You could speak up, it would help.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hate your mother?
No.
Were you expecting her to say what she said to you in the den?
No, not at all.
And where did you go when you ran out of the den?
I ran to the guest house.
And did your mother follow you?
Yes, she chased after me.
And did what she had said affect you?
Oh, of course. What do you mean,
Okay.
did it affect me? How do you mean?
Emotionally?
Yes.
And were you upset?
Yes.
When you got to the guest house, did you call out to your brother?
Yes.
And do you remember what the first thing was that you said to him?
I just said she knows, Mom knows.
And did there then ensue an argument between you and your mother and your brother?
Sustained.
What happened next in the guest house?
Mom came up the stairs right after me, and she said, "Get back." She was still yelling at me.
Okay, without getting into the words about it, okay? Was there conversation in the guest house?
Yes.
And how would you characterize it? Was it friendly? Was it angry? Was it a discussion? Was it an argument?
It was an angry argument between Lyle and Mom.
And what were you doing while this argument was going on between Lyle and Mom?
I was standing behind Lyle, just sort of watching.
Is that a position you had taken in the past in that family?
Yes.
Would you stand behind Lyle while he was fighting your battles?
Yeah, I used to stand behind Lyle a lot. That's pretty much my fixed position.
Now, what was the subject matter of the argument between your mother and your brother in the guest house Thursday night?
Her knowing about Dad and I.
Did she deny it?
No.
Did she acknowledge knowing?
Yes.
And did Lyle say anything about what she did or didn't do with respect to what she knew?
Lyle asked her how could she not help me? How could she not intervene or stop it? Something along those lines.
And what did she say in response to that?
She said that no one ever helped her, and that why should she help me? That no one ever helped her in her life, and went on.
Okay. And was this something you had ever heard before from your mother, that no one ever helped her?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, at this point, in August of 1989, did you feel that your mother had a hard time in life?
She had a miserable life.
And how did you feel about her in regards to that?
In regards to that, I felt sorry for her.
And how long had you felt sorry for her?
Since the time I can remember.
And did you feel at all responsible for her having a miserable life?
Yeah,
Did she ever tell you you were responsible?
sometimes.
And did you believe her?
Yes.
And how would she tell you that you were responsible? What did she say you had done?
She would say that I was born, but she would say that I was the problem in her life, and that Lala and I had ruined her life, and she wanted to do other things, but then she had children, and it just destroyed what she wanted to do in her life.
And how did that make you feel?
Just real sad.
So you felt sorry for her because of that?
I felt sorry for her for that and a lot of other reasons.
On this night, Thursday night, after you found out that she had known what had happened to you, when she was saying, "No one ever helped me in my life," did you feel sorry for her then?
No.
Okay. I'm going to read this. It says, Kitty Menendez told her therapist 6 weeks before her death that she was hiding a sick and embarrassing secrets regarding her family. Which 7/5/89, that's the date. There is a notation that she feels what she is hiding is sick and embarrassing. He said it is possibly referred to her earlier life, but that it is more likely that it refers to her adult life. His reasoning was that what happens to you as a child, by the time you become an adult, no longer seems sick and embarrassing. As an adult, you have a sense that you were not responsible for what happened to you as a child. However, if the secrets came from your adulthood, then it would be sick and embarrassing since you would be the one responsible for it. So, I mean, that's another thing that's pretty, she's telling her therapist she's hiding a sick and embarrassing secrets regarding her family. October 29th, 1993, Dr. Edwin Cochran. Wait, what did he say? Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I wanted to hear what.
Her that I thought it would be appropriate for her to be transferred to a local psychiatric hospital for further stabilization. Her husband, who had arrived, simply refused that recommendation, operating from his own agenda rather than that of his wife.
It's disappointing to me that she didn't believe that she put up with what she claims at the end that she always knew. At one point, I got so angry because she could have protected her kids and she didn't.
Did you find her to be suicidal?
Yes.
What was the basis for that opinion?
Well, she talked of killing herself.
But for her to put up with that, well, her life was better when she was with him than her image of what it would be without him.
Do you ever take photographs of you and your brother?
Yes.
And what would the circumstances be in which he would take photographs?
He would take photographs of us, our private parts.
And would he have you come in and pose for these photographs, or how would that happen?
I would just, if we're in the showers or bathtub or changing, he would just use the same camera that my mother used, and then he would come in and take just a photograph or two, and he wouldn't say anything, and then he would leave.
It makes me wonder, because now we know the industry and how that stuff is rampant in the industry. It makes me wonder if he took those photographs and shared them with any of his perverted freaking, you know what I'm saying? Or sold them, or, I mean, he might have just kept them for himself, but like, you never know. It's like there's old creepy freaking guys all over in that industry, I feel like. And like Menudo, they said there was more than him that was doing it to some of the band members. I don't know if I played that clip. I played the one where the one guy, what was his name? But there's another one where they talk about like the band in general, where it happened to multiple people from Jose and other guys. So it's like, but yeah, so he's saying his dad would go in and take pictures in their baths, like of their privates. I mean, we saw the pictures that she tacked up, the lawyer tacked up, where the prosecution's trying to say that they took them of each other. They were in such denial. I'd like to talk to them now and see what are they saying now.
Ever show you those photos?
No.
Excuse me. Here, I have some photographs. I have shown you this little tree and Kim Martin, police commission.
How many are there? And just for the record, what are the markings that you put on them?
We have, may I do it from up here so I can show it to you all on?
Okay, please refer to, all right.
Mr. Menendez, I'm showing you a Kodak color prints envelope with the number 219 on it. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize the handwriting on the front?
That's my mother's.
And what does it say?
Eric's birthday, November 1976.
And in November 1976, how old would you have been?
8. That's the Muncie house, 4 Harlow Lane, Muncie, New York.
Is there anything in that envelope at this
It's
time?
empty at
Okay.
this time, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be,
Did you want to mark that envelope?
it's marked 219, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be 220, which is a envelope containing negatives. Next is a series of small photographs. Which we've marked 221A through G.
I don't know why it's getting so low.
A through H. Sorry.
They just said, he said,
And
he'd
then we
be,
have
what, 8?
enlargements of those photographs.
What did he say? 8 he would have been for that? And then Lyle or Eric would have been like 6 or whatever. Those were those pictures they put up that Eric's lawyer had up and was like sticking the staples in because that's what he did to Eric's thighs and stuff. Yeah, so that's that same envelope with those pictures that the mother's handwriting and the mother's desk. They had those. Why? You have them where the head's cut off. Obviously, this isn't like family pictures. I know when kids are young, sometimes they take like their bath pictures or whatever. It's cute, like a little baby, and it's just, memories. But not at that age, and not where it's just like random cut off the freaking head. It's just for the purpose of having that. It's just sick. I don't think anybody could deny that this happened. I feel, well, I guess there is people in chat saying that. So I guess there could be. I don't know how. To me, it's like with all the evidence that this happened, there's no denying it. And now, like, the guy from Menudo came out and said what Jose did to him. That letter that was written before the murder, I think 8 months before the murder, that was found in the cousin's storage. But like, these pictures were available for the trial. Like, I don't even know. Well, because it was the timing. And like I said, the first trial, they couldn't come to a unanimous decision. Second trial, they didn't allow any of this crap. Not crap, but the stuff.
Which we have marked 222 through 233. And we have a proof sheet of the negatives, which we've marked as 220, which is marked as 234. Mr. Menendez, have you been shown this proof sheet already?
Yes.
Ah, exactly. That and not. That's.
Your Honor, I now have the enlarged.
And then real quick, and then the neighbor telling that story where he played a scene where the kid's getting hard. And I guess I can't remember. I can't understand. I thought she said in the video, like, the adults were sitting around watching it too. I don't know, but he had like the adults' family or friends, neighbors were watching it. And he was laughing, thought it was funny. And the fact that he played it to show them that, like, probably to get the reaction, like, I think you're sick. But probably because a lot of his freaking coworkers for the freaking industry were, they probably were liking that stuff. You know, the more I watch, I'm just getting mad at him. I'm getting mad at the situation. I'm also getting mad at the judge and the people not believing them back then that happened. It's making me mad.
Which go in order off of the proof sheet, off the negative. Mr. Menendez, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And who are the people in that photograph?
Mom and dad, myself, the Baralt family, children, and Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos.
Could you just identify that for the record so that we don't have...
222, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, we still have the video to watch. Oh, my camera, hold on. We still have the video where I compiled all the ones I could find so far of the family and the support that the family supports them. You know, all the family that supports them. There was one that I've seen so far. It was it Kitty's brother? One of them. So far, I'm sure. I mean, didn't get to see all the family members stuff, but there's one guy, I think it's their uncle, great uncle, maybe, I don't know, is the interview that says he doesn't believe them, but all the other ones, they're on their side. The son's side. Okay.
Showing you what we've marked as 223. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's me.
All right.
$224.
That's Eric.
That's that one where he's in the bath. This one right here.
225.
It's just like the bottom half.
What was the answer?
Who does
I
that?
don't know.
It's nothing, Your Honor. Nobody can recognize. It's just the next photo on the negative.
I wonder what it is, though. That I'm
226.
That's Eric and myself and some other boys.
You have to speak up.
Some other boys and Eric and myself. Sorry.
And do you recognize some mark on your brother?
The birthmark? The birthmark on his right wrist. It's a large brown birthmark.
$227.
That's my father and Eric at a birthday party.
well, thanks, Geraldine.
228.
That looks like the same party with Eric and myself.
229.
The same picture, I think, but darker.
230.
The same picture, basically.
231.
Looks like my mother in the background, lower half of her, and my brother with a donut.
232.
That's Eric.
How do you recognize him?
A birthmark on his right hand.
And 233.
That's the little dog I was talking about, Tristesse.
Your Honor, may I take a moment and put the photos up?
Yes.
Now, when you said that your dad would come in periodically and just take pictures of you, the two photographs here we've marked, one which you've identified as yourself and the other one as Eric, which are children without clothes, also appear to be children without heads. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when he would take photographs of you of this nature,
Yeah, I did. I was saying, because somebody in chat said it, and I was like, okay, I guess there is. Yeah, but I didn't know until somebody in chat. Actually, I think it was before I even started the live. I saw a comment, but I didn't know. So, yeah, I don't know what time is it though? Because they had that press conference that we could watch. I was gonna maybe play that last on here tonight. The press conference that was recent where he said he was going to look through it. They're going to look at the case. And I think November 29th, the hearing, but that's why I'm confused, because why are they going to have another press conference? Because they already had one saying that. So aren't they just going to do it on November 29th? I wonder what they're going to cover in it. But also, does anybody know what time? Because also, wait, they're making a decision tomorrow? Caitlin? I thought it was going to be the 29th. Are you serious? Dang it, what time? I got to cover it. But I know also Wade Wilson there is having the hearing at 1:30, but I don't know if that's even going to be on video, if they're going to have cameras with that, because it's not going to be in person. It's going to be virtual, so they don't have to transfer them or anything. So it's just going to be a virtual thing. So I don't know. They might not even televise that, but dude, wait, I got to figure that out. What time and stuff? Nobody told me what time. I'll have to figure it out, guys. I'll have to put up a reminder though.
In your genital area, in the lower half of your body, or you're bending over, or just different parts of your positions is what I never really knew.
because you never saw them afterward, or is that yes?
He would be focused on those areas, but I didn't see I've never seen these pictures.
Is today the first time you've seen these pictures? Is that yes?
Yes.
Did your dad used to have talks with you about sex between men?
Yes.
Why kill your mother, too?
You mentioned that it was a cold-blooded killing. This was the opposite of cold-blooded killing. I think that the crime scene didn't show it was cold-blooded. It showed that it was very hot-blooded. It was very emotional. And there's no question that the flood of emotions that I had, that I talked to you about earlier, were a lot of it was related to my mother. The outrage, the anger, the betrayal, the feeling that she knew all along. My father was a monstrous person. I could, my feelings about him are difficult and harsh, obviously. I love my mother, and so I still cry over my mother. And
Why? What?
And I don't forgive her.
What are the tears for?
I think the tears are for just that her life ended and our lives essentially ended all because of this fateful decision. There had to be a series of decisions she made of not to tell what was happening. What kind of mother lets it happen?
When the jury comes back and you're asked to stand and you hear the word guilty, what goes through your head? What does that feel like?
I believed I was going to be found guilty in the second trial. I don't think I believed I would be found guilty of first-degree murder because there was just zero evidence of planning this as a murder for money. As an adult, I believe that all mothers on a base level, love their children. And so that's how I have to see it, and that's how I want to see it. I just think genetically that a mother loves her child. I know that she didn't love us the way that most mothers love their children. She didn't treat us the way mothers, hug and are tender and caring for their children. But in her way, I don't know. I've never been able to reconcile it. And so I say these things to myself to sort of give me peace, because I want my mom to have loved me.
Okay. Yeah. Soul just sent me this so I could see what's going on tomorrow. So here's what's going on tomorrow. So it's at 1. I wonder who's going to be Law and Crime. I'll find somebody will do. I'll be able to find it, some local channel or maybe even Law and Crime. But yeah, so I'll put it up. So that'll be, they're 3 hours behind. This says 1. So 2, 3, 4. So 4 o'clock. So therefore, if Wade does have his, see, with his, it might be live or maybe not. I mean, somebody might be doing it live where we can get it, or it might not be. They might just play clips, a news clip at the end of, but it's all virtual for Wade's. It's going to be a boring hearing for Wade's, though. It's just a appeal. It's their first hearing for the appeal crap. But anyway, so this one is Menendez brothers family. This is going to be interesting, though, I feel like, because who knows what will happen. So you guys, I'm going to put up a reminder tonight. I'll get a thumbnail. So Menendez brothers family and Rosie O'Donnell, like some of the newer clips, which I'll play on part 2, part 3 coming up, where Rosie O'Donnell is one of their supporters. Oh, shoot, hold on. Because she's met them and it supports them. Kim Kardashian. Anyway, so the brothers' defense team will hold a press conference at 1 p.m. outside the Superior Court. Relatives of Eric and Lyle, who have been behind bars for nearly 35 years in connection with the sensational 1989 Beverly Hills slaying of their parents, plan to rally outside the Superior Courthouse to push for the brothers to be resentenced. Nearly 24 family members are expected outside the Clara Shortridge Fultz Criminal Justice Center, which is adjacent to Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gaskin's office, at 1 p.m. to take questions from the press. The rally is expected to draw Menendez's brothers' supporters, including Rosie O'Donnell, who is calling for their release, and his defense team, Cliff Gardner and Mark Garagos, which you've seen him around because he's on like Law and Crime a lot, or he's on different crime stuff. Yeah, so he's one of their lawyers now. He's good, supposedly. Well, he is. Oh, I said supposedly. The move comes from Gascon announced earlier this month that he is examining new evidence connected to defense claims that the murders of Jose and Kitty were spawned by years of SA at the hands of their father, a music mogul who now also accused of R-ing a member of the boy band Menudo. The evidence under review includes a hand-scrawled letter written by Eric 8 months before the killings. That's that one I was trying to read to you guys. I know I didn't do very, very good. And there's a quote. I've been trying to avoid Dad. It's still happening, Andy, but it's worse for me now. I can't explain it. He's so overweight that I can't stand to see him. I never know when it's going to happen, and it's driving me crazy. Every night I stay up thinking he might come. Eric wrote in the chilling hand-scrawled cry for help. I don't know if I'll make it through this. That's another quote. The case gained fresh attention partly due to Netflix Monsters, and Gaskin acknowledged earlier this month at a private media event with selected members of the press that prosecutors have a moral and ethical obligation to review what is being presented to us and make a determination. An LA Superior Court judge has given Gascon until November 29th to file a response to a writ of habeas corpus. Oh, so it's just till, he could, potentially he could make that decision before that then, right? Anyway, to file a response to a writ of habeas corpus filed more than a year ago that argues that the brothers should have been charged with manslaughter, not first-degree murder, given the new evidence, which includes a hand letter and then a hand scrawled letter and written by Eric 8 months before. I've been trying to avoid. It's quoting the same thing again. Okay. The Menendez family want the brothers to be released before Thanksgiving holiday and in time for an elderly aunt's birthday. So maybe they will before Thanksgiving. So possibly tomorrow. Who freaking knows? Press conference. Who knows? They could. Dang it. I'm not missing that. All right. So let me play. I'm going to play the family. Some of the family now talking about.
Well, I had to go to Kitty and Jose's room because it then got to be very late. It was originally like around 6:30, and it now was getting on to be 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I was extremely hungry. It's been a long day. And I knocked on Kitty's door of their room, and Kitty was in the room, but there was no Jose. And she said that he was down in Eric's room.
Did Eric have a room in the same hotel?
Yes, he did. If I can remember right, it was like about 2 to 3 rooms down from their room.
Okay. So she told you that Jose's in Eric's room?
Correct.
What happened then?
She then said that we had to wait until Jose came out of Eric's room before we could go to dinner. So
did you wait in her room or return to your room?
No, I went back to my room.
And did you subsequently get information that Jose was now back?
What had happened was I had to go there one more time. I went back to her room and said, Kitty, it's really getting very late. Why don't we just go down to eat? And she said, no, it'll only be a few more moments. Jose should be coming out of his room.
And how much time before Jose did come out of Eric's room?
If I can remember right, it was like around 8:30, 8:45.
And what happened then?
We then were walking down the hallway and...
When you say we...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It
was Kitty, myself, Brian, and Jose, the 4 of us. And what happened then was we said we would like to go in and see Eric to at least tell him that we thought the game was very well. We were sorry that he lost. Jose made fun of that, but as we were there in front of the room, he said, well, okay, Eric is in his room and he will not be coming to dinner with us. So he opened the room and
Who opened the room?
Jose did.
Do you have a key?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And when he opened the room, we looked in and it was a short hallway like you would have like in a Holiday Inn or something like that. I looked in the room and it was very dimly lit and Eric was in bed.
How did he look?
He looked very sad and you could tell something was wrong with him. Okay. He didn't want to speak to us. And I was going to go over and give him a hug, and I was told that I shouldn't do that Eric just didn't want people to hug him.
After decades apart, the infamous brothers now able to see each other every day.
The only help you can give them is prayer. I don't think it was a crime. It is a crime by statement, but they killed from fear. They felt that they would be killed if they didn't kill. That's my own personal opinion. I think that they were just panicking. And that was the only, because I do know that after they killed them, both sat down and cried. They cried for hours. And it's marvelous that they are together, and it's marvelous that they are able to look at each other and love each other and remember that they have never forgotten each other. Because when you don't have somebody with you, you wonder, do they remember me? My joy would be that they would be set free, that they would be able to be human beings.
Okay, real quick, guys. I'm going to pick the winners for the giveaway. It's a members giveaway. So if any members that haven't filled it out, I'll give you up. It's just hurry up. It's like 3 minutes, because while this video is playing, I want to put all the names in the wheel and then I'll spin it. And there's 2 hoodies, but it's a members giveaway right now. So you have to be a member to do it, because one of the perks for members is the extra giveaways. I still got to do one for, I know I keep saying it for subs. I'm trying to think what I could give away for it though. But yeah, if you're a member, go ahead and fill it out in the community post. If you want to be entered, there's 2 hoodies. I'll give you to when it gets to the middle of this. Just go to the community. What do you help? What's wrong? Why are you saying help? Just go to the community post. Go to my channel. Here, I'll show you. Hold on. 1 second. Let me see if it looks the same. Wait, where is it? Yeah, it's a few down. So if you go, hold on. So if you go to my channel, you guys remember on channels, if you want to go to somebody's channel, you see all my videos, go to videos. It brings all my pre-recorded videos, okay? But if you want to go to lives, this will bring lives. They're in separate areas. So just, I feel like some people just go to home and then you miss like, it only brings like some of it picks random ones right here. It picks when you're live, it picks popular ones. But if you want like a whole list to go through, like I always go to this. When I'm on somebody's channel, I'll go to their videos to see what I want to see. Or if you want to go to their lives, they're separate. Anyway, the playlist, I have like all different playlists for different channels, or my playlist for different cases. But anyway, community right here. Anybody that wants to sign up and you're a member, you could do this giveaway. So you go to the community and then go down. It's right here for giveaways. There's 2 forms, one for each. There's a blue one and a gray one, zip up. I think one's, I forget what sizes I have. Oh, wait. Yeah. Large, and one's extra large. They're a merch. They're the merch hoodies. And I'm going to sign it. I'll sign them. I haven't signed them yet because I want to see whoever wins, like where you want me to sign it. But anyway, so go ahead and fill that out and we'll pick them today. All right, so let's go back to the video.
On a normal basis and not behind bars. They've been behind bars many, many years. I would love to see them free.
What people find most surprising when they do meet them is how funny they are and like just joyous people. You wouldn't expect somebody who's been in prison for 35 years to laugh a lot and to joke around a lot and to be so warm and, just very caring, and they are. It was certainly very emotionally difficult. I mean, there is certainly having 2 members of your family murdered in such a horrible way. Certainly as, not just 2 members of my family, my aunt, uncle, who I grew up with, we grew up in the same town. These are people that were very close to me. And then it's another thing entirely to have 2 people in your family murdered and to have it absolute blanket of all media. Every sitcom, there are jokes about it. Every late night talk show. I mean, it was just inescapable. So I don't know that anybody who has not been through that particular horror can really understand what that's like. They were denying that they did it, right? As I'm sure you know, right? For months and months, they were denying that they had anything to do with it. And we believed it. I mean, absolutely. There was never, we just simply couldn't imagine it. It was so far out of character. We didn't believe it, not because murders aren't committed every day. Certainly there are. But Lyle and Eric were never violent people. These aren't kids that were troubled or getting in trouble at school. And so, I mean, that just wasn't the thing. It was completely crazy to us. It was just bonkers, the idea that they could have done it. I have only watched the first episode of the show, which was outrageous. I mean, the decisions of well, first of all, we spoke about this before the interview started. The playing a song at the funeral. I mean, come on. I appreciate poetic license, but that is beyond the pale. That was insane. The portrayal of of Lyle as this rage-fueled, fly-off-the-handle, aggressive personality, I was is so far off the mark of his personality. In fact, when I spoke to Lyle the other night, I said to him, you know, I don't actually think I've ever heard you raise your voice. And he was like, yeah, I don't do that. Like, he really, that's not accurate. So I don't understand those choices. I don't understand. I think maybe if the director and the actor had met him for 5 minutes, they would have seen how contrary to his personality that actually is. But I can appreciate that they are making a show for ratings and for money, and that's maybe a better.
The love that we received from my family was really a major.
That made me look about the Milli Vanilli single. Why are all the articles are saying that it's true? But the reason they're saying it's true is because it was in the biography, that song. They played some Milli Vanilli songs. So maybe it wasn't quite done as saying, I'm talking to you here because you asked me earlier. And that was the cousin. The cousin made it seem like that wasn't true, right? But I just Googled it, and they're going by like the biography, that Robert Rand or something. The biography saying that they did play a few Milli Vanilli songs, and that was one of them. But it probably wasn't in that type of like how they did it in the like where that was like the main. I mean, I don't know, who freaking knows. But all the articles are saying it's true. But I think because they're going by the biography. So if the biography is true, then they did play it. So I don't know. I don't know why the cousin wasn't the cousin. Well, the cousin probably would have been younger because she looked kind of young. So she probably would have been a kid when that funeral happened. So maybe she didn't remember. But you think she would? I don't know. She definitely made it seem like they didn't play it though. But yeah, I don't know. I know, R.L. Frost. That's what I'm saying. Are you not hearing me? That's what I just said. I don't know. I feel like I don't speak English or something. Anyway.
Talk about that his dad would say, go on upstairs to your room, Eric. I'll be up in a minute. And it's like all of a sudden, all these little pieces of the puzzle are just falling into place.
Yeah.
And remember that. And all of a sudden it makes sense because Eric would be fine going upstairs. And Jose would go upstairs to be with Eric. And he would be up there for a while. I mean, long enough for us to make the dinner, long enough for us to eat it, and then to clean the kitchen.
Yeah.
But then Jose would come back downstairs and say, Eric isn't feeling well. He's not going to eat right now.
Right.
I'll give him his dinner later. Well, I've never realized that until Eric said what he did. And it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Eric and Lyle are.
So that's the cousin that testified on the stand. She lived with them for like a year. She got to see a lot. She's the one testified. Lyle actually went to her and told her and asked her, like, you know, if that was normal, and like told her what his dad did to him. So Lyle went to him, and then she got to see like the stuff with Eric and got to see things. Now, at the time, she probably didn't know what she was seeing, but after the fact, she's putting it all together now, like, oh my God, like, but Lyle did come to her, but she wasn't allowed to testify to that, the second trial. The older lady is Kitty's sister. I think it's Kitty's sister, or is it Jose's sister? Shoot, I think it's Kitty's sister that's sitting with her, right?
My two cousins that are the children of Kitty and Jose. Kitty is my mom's younger sister.
Wait. Kitty is. Okay, so that's Kitty. So, that's probably her mom. So yeah, that would be Kitty's sister. She's probably sitting with her mom. So the cousin and the cousin's mom, and the cousin's mom is Kitty's sister. Yeah.
My relationship with them was, I felt like I was Laura and Eric's older sister. I lived with them for over a year, and that would have been in 1982 and 83. And it's been so many years, and I didn't think there was anything more for me to remember. And I'm realizing, oh yes, there is. Now, and I remember this time we were in the house and Eric had to have lemon.
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't being a spoiled brat about it or anything. He was just desperate.
I remember the lemon thing.
You
Several
do?
times. Oh, yeah.
And he would just fall apart. He was just like, oh my
So I don't know if you
God.
guys remember in one of the highlights, I think I included it in the highlight that we just watched, where he had heard if you put lemon, if he drank lemon every day or ate lemon or whatever, the taste of his father's semen wouldn't taste as bad. And also if he gave his father cinnamon, he would sneak cinnamon in his dad's coffee because that's supposed to make his father not taste as bad. It's horrible. You know, like myths, or I don't know if it's a myth or if it actually is true, but little things he heard because he said it tasted so gross and his father would make him swallow. I mean, it's just disgusting that his father made him do that. So he would sit there and do the lemon every day and sneak cinnamon in his dad's freaking coffee. Isn't that crazy? It's just, it makes me like want to punch him. I mean, his dad. Like it makes me want to grit my teeth. I don't know. You know, you guys get that way. You're like, you get mad.
When we were at my dad's in Texas, he had to have a lemon, and my dad made fun of him. When he explained why he had to have it, it just...
He said it was the same way with ketchup.
Yes, because Eric was made to swallow the semen. He found out that if he used a lot of ketchup or lemons, it would make the taste in his mouth go away. That just became a way of life. How vile all this was going on in our lives that we weren't aware of it, and Eric never told anybody.
Right. I just never, now.
Well, our mind doesn't go that way.
No.
I don't know if they ever would have told anybody what they were enduring. It wasn't a thing that boys wanted to let anybody know that they were having sex with their father.
No one would ever go down that hall and go in that room and interrupt or see what's going on or anything, including Kitty. They are such good people, and they were tortured. Their dad tortured them, and their mom let it happen. And didn't run interference or stop anything or defend them. A while back, I remember telling Kyle and Eric how horrible I felt that they were in jail. And finally, Lyle stopped me and said, Diane, don't. I'm happier than I've ever been. He feels better living in prison than he did living with his mom and dad. What does that say?
Where did it say? So you guys get. Well, what does that say exactly? They're happy. They're actually they were doing really good, they had adapted really good to prison life, and they're happy because it's way better than where they were. So their life now is better than where it was. Isn't that crazy? The prison is like thank God, like what do you call it? What would be the word for it? I mean, that just shows you how freaking bad it was for them. Sick.
He feels better living in prison than he did living with his mom and dad.
I wanted to stop.
What does that say?
Okay. Summer 2017. Tammy Menendez takes Eric's Aunt Joanne and his cousin Diane to visit him in prison. So Tammy Menendez takes Eric's Aunt Joanne. Okay.
The most southern tip of California, near the Mexican border.
Well, let me tell you another thing. They separated them to be jerks. Had them separated for years. They ended up putting them back together. What? It might have been 2017, 2018. Not that long ago. So that whole time they were in different freaking prisons on purpose, just to be like, they're acting like, oh, well, we don't want them conspiring to do anything. And then they said they had said originally, oh, they found a letter in Eric's cell or whatever. It says, "Do not destroy." Lyle wrote it to Eric, but it was about all the abuse, and he wanted to destroy it, but Eric's thought it was like, oh, like he wanted to keep it because Lyle's like opening up to him and stuff, and they originally like made it seem like they were trying to escape, like an escape plan or something, and it was just it wasn't even a letter like that. But anyway, but yeah, so they freaking separated, and it makes me mad. But like I said, I think what year was it? I'm thinking, why am I thinking 2018 is when they finally brought, how did they do it? I think they brought Eric to where Lyle was, right? Yeah. I think that's how they did it, but they're finally now together. I'm going to look up the year why this is playing.
It's a large prison with several thousand inmates.
I think
2018, April 4th, 2018, Lyle was moved into the same housing unit as Eric, reuniting them for the first time since they began serving their sentence nearly 22 years earlier. So they had to go without each other for 22 years. They burst into tears and hugged each other during their first meeting in the housing unit. Okay, so so sad. I like their cousin Diane. She's cute. She's sweet. She really is. Okay, so the next one. Let's do. Oh, this is Menendez brothers. Or my God, I said that wrong. Okay. This one is the grandmother defends Lyle and Eric with teeth and hands. That was what the title of this. The Menendez case is the channel. Or wait, what's it called? Hold on. Forget what it. Menendez. Menendez case. That's what it is. I'll put the link. I'm gonna put a link in the description for some of these. Oh my God. I was playing a video. I guess when did I take down the, dang it. I guess only 26 seconds ago. Wait, was I sharing the last one, right? Okay.
Lyle and Eric will have their day in court. But for now, the boys who once lived in a mansion in Beverly Hills live in maximum security in these cells in Los Angeles County Jail.
Okay, I'm going to do
Every time they leave their cell,
Wheel
they
of
are
Names.
chained and manacled. They have their hands handcuffed. They have chains on their feet. When you talk to them, they're chained to the chair across from you. This is the kind of life that they lead while this legal process now goes on for years and years and years.
And as long as it takes, their grandmother Maria will keep her vigil in the house on Elm Drive, loving her grandchildren as passionately as she mourns her son.
I am here if they need. I defend my children with teeth and hand. Don't care the body no knows them. I knows my children.
Okay, so I'm gonna do one of the giveaways. So shoot, for the name, a lot of you guys just put your first name. Is that the name of your channel? Because when I do I don't remember if it's the first one that's gonna be the name of your channel, because that's what I'm gonna put in the wheel of names. So hold on one second. if for some reason, like there's two people with the same first name, hopefully you'll know who it is. Hold on a second. I thought it was supposed to be country name. Oh, shoot. For the name is what's popping up instead of the YouTube name. Well, oh well. Hold on one second, guys. All right. I'm trying to put these into the wheel of names and then, well, I could still play something while I get them in. Hold on. I gotta make sure that there's not double, like people don't have the same name. And then it's like, if anybody has, since everybody just put, a lot of people just put their first name for the thing that I have to go by. So if like, let's say there's two people named Joe, and then I got to make sure we're going to know who wins. But hold on one second. I'm not saying Joe's the winner. I'm just giving an example. So no, I haven't done it yet. All right. Let's do, I'm going to play another video while I do this. Oh, this is him married. Eric was married. I don't think he's not anymore.
I wrote one letter to
Okay, another one while I get this. So that was Mary, and let's do this one. Wait, how much is this one? Let's do this one.
Lyle and I had fought so hard to keep the secret from coming out.
I play the rest of this. So the first one is for the gray, light gray, or yeah, the light gray zip up hoodie. It's extra large. Okay. So I got all the names in here. The wheel thing is, I can't, it's not, it's down or something. I'm going to try this one. So it's got all the names in here. I'm just going to pick one real quick. Okay. Ready? Wait, are you guys watching? Okay. I was like, wait, I have to, my mic's on. Everything's good. Okay. Here we go. Pick a name. I hope it works. I never used this one. Joe. Dude, wait a minute. Is that weird? Do you guys remember what I just said? That was the example name. But I swear to God, I didn't. And I was like, Joe's not. I go rewind it. Because I go like, what if it's Joe? And then there's two Joes. I said, but Joe's not the winner. I'm just giving an example. Well, Joe is the winner. So now, Joe, since that's your probably real name, if you don't want to say who you are, it's okay. But if you do, and you're here, let me know. And you don't care. If not, I got your email and I'll contact you. But is Joe here and wanting to say who you are? You're the winner. Anybody? Joe? I mean, I'm going to email you regardless, but I'm just curious if Joe's here. You guys, I don't think you realize how funny that is, though. How crazy that is. You heard me say that, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that's pretty cool. That I said Joe was my example name earlier. There was no two Joes. I made sure, that's what I was trying to make sure there wasn't two of the same, like people that didn't have their first and last name. I was trying to make sure. But so I guess Joe is either here and doesn't want to say he's here, or they're not. They might not be here. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'll email him and see, because I want to sign it for him, but I don't know. Where do you think is the best place to sign like a hoodie? I have like one of those markers that you could write on the Sarah got it for me. You could write on the clothes so you can wash it and stuff. Where would you think is the best place? Like, it's my it's two of my newer merch hoodies, like under like the logo, do you think? On the hood? I know, dude. That's crazy. Like, you guys, I think that's crazy. People, realize how crazy that it picked Joe. That is just nuts to me for some reason. It was like not Joe. I was just picking an example name because I was like, it's that common name, and I'm like let's say there's two, like a Joe. If there's two, and there's just Joe. And I said, I had to make sure. It's like, no, that's not the winner. I'm just, but I guess it was. But this is the one that Joe won, and it zips up into. You guys go check out the new merch though, or my Printify, because the merch that's connected to my channel, the Teespring, that's like an old design, which I had 3 designs on that, and 2 of them got taken off because I wasn't selling enough. But I'm not even selling any of the other ones either. I don't really sell. I don't think I've sold one in a year, but I don't know why they kept all of them, but one, they took my favorite freaking one, the one that was selling the most. They took that off. Just stupid. So I have to create it again. And the way I did it was like 4 or 5 different things that I have to put on each thing. So I never did, but I have a new company that I'm working with. Long story short, they do tie-dyes and everything. So that's why I think people are confused when I say merch. You're going to the one that's the Teespring that's connected, but check out the Printify. Okay. It's in my descriptions of my channel, because that's where the new designs are. Okay. So we have, and there's a bunch of different kinds, or a bunch of different like varieties and stuff. And the tie-dyes, that's the main reason I went with a new company, because they have tie-dyes, dude. Teespring doesn't. So, but like I said, you just go to my description. All the links for my stuff are there. But look, it zips up and it says obsessive crime disorder. It's got the magnifying, like, I'm trying to show, but I don't know where to sign it, Joe. It zips up into it. And then like the back says peeping ain't easy. It's kind of this inside joke from the Paul Ferguson case we did in Chanda. It's peeping ears, which I thought went along with like, even like us, like always watching, listening, sleuthing. And then this one says obsessive OCD, obsessive crime disorder. And then some of them have the stuff down the thing. It says peeping ain't easy. Also, I forgot to do the sign. I forgot to put that up. That's here. Shoot, I have to figure out where to put it. What was I going to say? Oh, and then there's the Zeke and Justice one too, where Zeke says, got the cowboy. Oh my God, he's so cute. Anyway, the Joe won this one. Now we're going to do the one for this one, the blue one. They're zip ups. They're really thick. They're pretty thick. Like, they're really thick quality, like hoodies. So, all right. But like, I have like hoodies that don't zip up, t-shirts, blankets, all kinds of pants, even. But all kinds of different variety, tie-dyes, no solid colors, different varieties of where the things are and everything. But anyway, let me do the second one. I'm going to put back on that video, and then I'm going to put the names in for the second one. So Joe, wherever you are, I'll have to email him. Let me write that down. So the gray is Joe. That's funny. It's just Joe. All right. And it was out of like 78 names, I think it was. It wasn't just the 4 that you could see. You have to scroll down. There were 78 on that one. Okay. So let me put that back up, and then I'll do the second one, which is the blue one. All right, 1 second. Let me get it. Under the logo. Yeah. I was going to wait to like ask Joe or ask the people, whoever wins, where I should do it. But maybe I should just do it where I think's best. Either like here or in the front, probably the back, right? To sign it. All right. Let me press play.
Page 41 of my notes.
Man, my signature sucks too. But I guess I don't have like a, people have like a special thing. I feel like whatever mood I'm in, but maybe I should know. Do you guys have like a certain way like that you always sign it? I feel like it depends on how lazy I am that day. When it's like sign this, you're just like sometimes I just scribble it, but I won't scribble it for these. Let me play this last video while I get these in. I gotta make sure that Joe has an email to do. All right, so we did that. So this is one last one.
In this particular case, they had already confessed, but I said I will go in with an open mind and listen to what they present and be fair. I didn't believe the prosecution. I believed the testimony of all the people that were connected to the family.
And Lyle would have been about 5 years old at the time?
Yes. Jose stood up, grabbed him.
How did he hit Lyle?
With his closed fist.
There was an avalanche of family members and coaches and family acquaintances on the stand who all pushed this fact that the boys were molested and mistreated their whole life.
He was afraid.
Why?
Because he and his dad had been touching each other, and he indicated that it was in his genital area.
And it drew great sympathy, I think, from people watching the trial and a lot of emotion.
He told me his father was massaging his.
He used that word?
Yes, he did.
How could that many people give the same synopsis of what was going on in that household?
He was saying it very seriously, and I took it very seriously.
They didn't get together and make this story up. And the main thing that convinced me was the grandmother. Grandmother Maria Menendez sat in the courtroom every day for the whole time we were there. And she was there to support the boys 100%. If one of my grandchildren did that to one of my children, I would disown them. Why would that woman be so supportive? She knew they were telling the truth. We took a first vote, 6 women manslaughter, 6 men first degree. The men said the boys were lying. Women believed totally different.
I think Eric's jury went 16 days of deliberation, and Lyle's went like 25 days, which was the longest deliberation in the history of a jury in California.
We were so far apart, one man pounded on the table and called me a white bitch. We were hopelessly deadlocked. From what I understand and what I heard, the jurors on the second trial didn't hear half of what we heard on the first trial. I still believe that the Menendez brothers did what they did out of fear because they felt that they were going to be killed. I don't think they'll get out. They've tried appeals several times, but it would be nice if they had a little good part of this life we're in.
Hold on 1 second. One. How are you guys doing? How many going to be watching it tomorrow with me? One. Hold on a second. My OCD. Give me one. Okay, you ready for the next? Okay, I got them all. All right, that was me. Oh wait, I gotta keep that. So Gray Joe, Gray Joe, Gray Joe. Okay, so this is for, this one had 3 more than the other one. For some reason, 3 more people signed up for this one. Okay, this is for the blue one. Hold on. You guys ready? Oh, it's still got Joe up there. Let me take that. Or wait, if I pick another one, yeah, the Joe will just stay up there, right? I never used this one. All right, you ready? Good luck, everybody. Why did Joe disappear, though? Anyway, Kimberly M. Jackson, are you in the house? Let me write that down. That's the blue. Kimberly. Okay. Maybe I should have done it next time. I'm sorry. Next time I'll do it where I put in the whatchamacallit, the maybe your YouTube names instead then, huh? That was the list that was coming up on the other names. I'm sure I could probably get the list because if I just cut and paste. But yeah, so we got Joe and Kimberly. You guys are the winners. So I will email you because I got your emails. And I will see where you want me to send it. Okay. I want to play a couple more. I still have to do that. I gotta do. Okay. Hold on, guys. So I still want to play. So I got all the old ones I wanted to play for today. I'll have more for you in the next part. But I wanted to play a couple, newer ones real quick. Hold on. All right, hold on. I got some links. I'll play on these ones straight from YouTube. So we have the press conference, the new press conference from like last month. We could watch that. I don't know if you.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I
don't know if you guys seen it.
Michael Ayala. We are continuing to follow breaking news from Los Angeles. The Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon is holding a news conference on the Menendez brothers. The DA is giving an update on the convictions of Eric and Lyle Menendez. The Menendez brothers have spent nearly 35 years in prison for killing their parents, Kitty and Jose Menendez. I want to take you there now. Now, again, we've been taking this feed in. There are a number of hits and imperfections in it. We apologize for that. The feed is not ours. We can only take in what is sent out. So let's take a look.
We've also got evidence that was provided by the defense, by his lawyer, that one of the members of the Menudo band alleged that he was molested by the father. None of this information has been confirmed. We are not, at this point, ready to say that we either believe or do not believe that information. But we're here to tell you that we have a moral and an ethical obligation to review what is being presented to us and make a determination based on the resentencing side, whether they deserve to be resentenced, even though they were clearly the murderers, because they have been in prison for 35 years and they have paid back their dues to society, or whether habeas is appropriate if there was evidence that was not presented to the court at that time, and had that evidence been presented, perhaps a jury would have come to a different conclusion. I don't think there is any question in this case that the boys, or the young man, one was 19, the other was 21 at the time, that they murdered their parents. I think that's factual, it's been established. I think the questions that are presented to us is two simple questions. One possibility, what is being alleged by his lawyers, not by us, that there was evidence that had that evidence been presented to the jury, the outcome of this case would have been different. And second, under California law, a path to resentencing where a prosecutor can evaluate whether someone has been rehabilitated, and if
Does keep cutting out. There's
so, ask the court to determine whether the person should be resentenced. If they get resentenced, there's multiple things that could happen. They could walk out based on what the court decides, or they can have the sentence given a different shape, and perhaps they still will stay on, but for a longer period, lesser period of time, or they can have a new trial. Right. Those are all options, and we will evaluate all of it. We have a hearing coming up on November 29th, and until we get there, we're not sure yet which direction this will go. Are there any questions?
I can't remember where I watched it, but it was a lot better sound than this, because I watched this. I remember I was laying in bed and it's popped up. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even realize that this was going on. And I got all excited because I'm like, yes, but it was a lot better than this. I can't remember where, but I just typed in press conference and this is what popped up.
Well, by the way, one of the things that I want to add too, is I think it's important that you contextualize what resentencing means. Since I've been in office, we have resentenced over 300 people. Of those, only 4 have reoffended, which is probably one of the lowest recidivism rate of any group that I'm aware of. If you do the math, I'm here standing because if I was better at math, I would be teaching math or doing something else. It's a very low rate. In fact, if our recidivism rate for all the crimes that we face were to be that low, we would be the safest society in the world. We're not. So just so you understand also, this concept of resentencing is a concept that we have used successfully many times and will continue to do those. Any questions? Excuse me, I got a question. I'll get to all of you guys. Yes.
Given the cultural shift in how we view sexual assault, do you think that this case would have been handled differently if it was tried today?
Look, because I don't know yet the validity of all the evidence that was presented as opposed to the evidence that was not presented. I'm not here to make judgment on that, but there is no question that today would have been a greater level of sensitivity to the way the case was looked at.
You've had this evidence for over a year now. Why speak out today and now?
Well, there's a combination.
All right. So we're going to step away. It's just becoming a little bit difficult to follow. But all right. They want us to stay in. Let's stay in.
Investigate this very, very carefully. Often we go back and not only do we go through all the Yes, sir.
Other than the November 29th hearing, what's kind of the time frame or the timeline? Do you expect to make a decision after that hearing? And are you leaning towards one way or the other as far as having this resentencing?
Yeah, I'm not leaning in any direction right now. I'm keeping an open mind. We have people in the office that are looking at this very carefully, very experienced lawyers that are looking at this. That evidence will be presented to me. Their recommendation will be presented to me, but the final decision will be mine. Yes, sir.
The habeas petition was filed last year, and I believe your office has been putting 90-day extensions for the hearing. Do you expect that there might be another extension, or is that November 29th hearing? Is there going to be
My intent is to be able to put finality to this, but I cannot tell you with any certainty because I still don't know how much work may need to be done. It's still pending. Yes, ma'am.
Have the prosecutors handling the case given you any advice, and if so, what was that?
Look, I mean, there are differences of opinion. There are differences of opinion within the office, and that is a healthy part of the process, right? You don't want to have everybody agreeing to any one thing. I mean, one of the things that I personally do well is by listening to different opinions and different ways of looking at evidence or looking at a particular case or the law. So there are people in the office that would tell you that this case should never be neither resentenced nor habeas should be granted. There are other people in the office that believe that this should be evaluated carefully and that there may be a process there in the past. I will make the final decision based on all those conversations.
I mean, that said, though, the family has also said that they should be freed. Does that?
That's correct. The
sway you in
family,
any way?
my understanding is that the family, by and large, would like them to be released. Yes, ma'am.
Has the increased focus on this case from the public affected your decision to re-examine this case?
Well, look, when I was elected 4 years ago, I came on a very clear platform of looking at our work through the lens of a modern approach to criminal justice. And part of that is not getting simply locked up in what we did in the past, right? So there's no question that I may be more open to review things that other prosecutors may not. And that was the reason why I was elected. But I have to tell you, again, this is a careful, deliberate process. I will evaluate both the evidence that is presented by those that believe that no relief should be granted, and I will evaluate the evidence of those that believe that relief should be granted, and then I'll make a decision.
Do you want them to stay?
You know what? I don't know the answer to that. I know that certainly there are family members that believe that they should be released, but there may be other family members that disagree, and that would not be uncommon.
So is there any kind of open case regarding the Rosello allegations in the DA's office? Is there an investigation or an open case for you guys?
Not that I'm aware of this moment.
Has the DA's office interviewed the Menendezes since this?
You know what? This is an ongoing investigation. We're working through our lawyers, and we'll continue to work through our lawyers. They're both represented. Okay, thank you.
¿Puede dar información en español?
Okay, so I want to play this. This is somebody, a reporter saw Leslie Abramson, the Menendez's lawyer, today, and recently, and asked her what she thinks about the Monsters, the new show.
Hi, Leslie.
Here, it's funny. She looks so different. Look, this is her. This is the ramen noodle hair girl. Guys, now. I'm not trying to make fun of her. I'm just trying to explain so you guys knew which one, because I don't know if I know her by name because I watched the trial. I don't know if everybody knows. And I know people were saying ramen noodle hair. It's not even making fun of, because people like that's not, some people like that hairstyle. I'm not saying that. But I do, when I see, it's always when it's a blonde too. Well, duh, because I guess the yellow. If I see a blonde with those really tight curls or whatever, I always think of ramen noodles too. Swear to God. All right.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Eric's pit bull lawyer, who became a media sensation during his and Lyle's two trials in the 90s, retired last year. Abramson has stayed out of the spotlight,
Little bit.
but
I'm gonna talk a
cameras
little
tracked
bit.
her down in the
Doesn't.
wake of the news that LA District Attorney
Okay.
George Gascon is reviewing their case for possible
That
resentencing.
too, though.
How do you feel that the Menendez brothers might be getting their case reviewed?
I make no comments about my clients, none whatsoever. Attorney-client privilege never died.
The renewed interest in the case is coming on the heels of the Menendez brothers documentary where they speak from behind bars.
Music all the time.
you kill their parents? And of course, the Monster series from Ryan Murphy. We did it! Have you seen the documentary, Leslie?
No.
You haven't
Documentary?
I mean, no, the series on Netflix. Have you?
That I heard about?
You-
No, I don't watch any of those.
You're not watching any of it, Leslie?
No, and I didn't watch the last series, and I don't watch any of the shows about it.
Leslie's only comment in the Netflix documentary was, "No amount of media nor teenage petitions will alter the fate of these clients. Only the courts can do that, and they have ruled." The next hearing in their
Yes.
case is set for November 29th.
Justin Timberlake. Yes. Gosh. Always have to play the music. Okay, so that was funny. She's like, I don't give a. She's not watching that. She's like documentary because she's like saying, that's not a freaking documentary. That's funny. Okay, hold on. Let me see. There's one more we could play before. So wait. Which one was it? I gotta unstar it. Okay, so I know which ones we did. Oh, this one. Let's see.
It was the murder trial that
Come on.
riveted the nation.
Let's see.
It was the murder trial that
Come on. There we go.
riveted the nation. The notorious Menendez brothers killed their parents with shotgun blasts as they watched TV in their Beverly Hills mansion in 1989. The motive? Their parents' millions.
This is where the murders happened. Eric and Lyle Menendez claimed for years that they were the victims of sexual abuse at the hands of their father, a wealthy music executive. They claimed their mother knew about the abuse, but turned a blind eye.
The brothers are now serving life in prison without the possibility of parole. But could new information?
Hold on a second. I want to see if this is the same one.
It was the murder
Yeah,
trial that
okay.
riveted.
Okay. Dang it. Hold on. I'm muting it. I'm not getting copyright. But that's them.
Brothers after 3 decades.
Gosh darn it.
Menudo started the boy band Craze. At the peak of their fame, their
Oh,
popularity
God.
was on the
Am I
scale of the
on?
Beatles.
Okay.
Ricky Martin.
On the scale of the Beatles?
In a new 3-part documentary now streaming on Peacock.
I don't know about that. How are you going to compare that?
Menudo had just signed with RCA Records, where Menendez was a top executive. On a recorded call from prison, Eric Menendez says he remembers the Menudo teenager coming to their mansion.
When they were over at the house, he had a private meeting with boys one at a time.
The documentary claims Jose Menendez was obsessed by Menudo.
My Lord. One of the guys that was choosing the new members of the group.
Allegations are being denounced by Kitty Menendez's brother, Milton Anderson.
What was your reaction
the one that doesn't
when you
believe
heard
him.
about this, sir?
I think that's absurd.
Their uncle says Eric and Lyle should remain behind bars forever.
These two guys were spoiled brats. They wanted the millions. They wanted it now.
So you think this was a killing based on greed?
Strictly greed.
Wait, that was his brother, though, right? Because that makes more sense. That, of course, I want to see what they
Action when you heard about this, sir?
I think that's
Oh, wait, hold
absurd.
on. When they announce him. Does it say his brother?
The allegations are being denounced by Kitty Menendez's brother,
Oh,
Milton
Kitty.
Anderson.
Okay.
What was your
So Kitty's sister believes him. Kitty's brother doesn't. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Let me see what else we got. So we did that. I'm playing some of the short. I do have some longer ones, but okay, so hold on. Let's see what this one is.
I think that the
This is the Mark Garagos. I can never say his name good, but this is their lawyer. So
to say they're cautiously optimistic is probably the best way to put it. This has been a long slog for them, and the habeas has been, we're going on month 18. So they understand patience. If you ask me what I hope for, I hope to celebrate Thanksgiving with them.
We are reviewing the information. But I think it's also important that we recognize that both men and women can be the victims of sexual assault.
Well, the DA is looking at the case because the judge asked them to. And we've been working together cooperatively to get them more information, more documents, more mitigation evidence. And we've been doing that. I think the reason that the DA came out, it was actually quite a brave move in advance of an election, because anytime you take a stance in a case that has a lot of attention on it, you're going to be accused of things. But in this case, the DA said, look, I plan on making a decision. I'm going to make the decision. I think that's incredibly brave.
What I want to make very clear, we have not conceded one way or the other. We're not saying that there was anything wrong with the original trial. We have been given evidence.
We filed the habeas in May of last year, and we've been doing all kinds of work in getting the district attorney's office materials and things that they may or may not have known about. And they've, to their credit, they've been taking it very seriously. So I'm hopeful that at the end of the day, they make a decision this month, as Mr. Gascon said he would, and I'm hopeful that they're released. One of the things we've supplied is the family, through their lawyer, Brian Friedman, has signed a letter urging the DA to resentence them. And 24, fully 24 of the family members, including siblings and cousins and nieces and nephews, have all asked for a resentencing in this case.
None of this information has been confirmed. We are not at this point ready to say that we either believe or do not believe that information.
Well, I think that we've evolved in the last 35 years. I think what we thought was acceptable or possible 35 years ago, we now know was a very limited view. And I think that's part of the reason that a younger generation understands that and gets it. I just think that anytime you've been through that kind of trauma, to now see that kind of society has caught up with you. I've said this before. If they were the Menendez sisters, they wouldn't be in custody.
They say that you look dead in the eyes. They say your eyes are black. They call you a psychopath.
I think that Monsters had unintended consequences. I think that the caricature that was Monster so inflamed the people who are supportive that backlash is what was helpful. Amongst certain people or certain demographics, they're frozen in time from the trial, which was 30 years ago. The work they're doing now is so good, is so productive, it has such ramifications. I think that is what the message I'd like to get out. They're doing great work while being incarcerated. I can't think of two more exemplary people with very little hope who still continue to do massively good work. I think first and foremost is putting together a life on the outside that they have not had.
Yeah, wonder if all their money is gone. Like, is all the money gone from their family?
In the Menendez brothers case, we're hearing new audio
Let's see what this is.
of them speaking from behind bars, as the Los Angeles District Attorney says he'll review new evidence while considering resentencing the brothers.
This is all the news.
Dan Abrams is standing by after this report from
All right,
Kana
Darsha,
Whitworth.
thank you.
Good morning,
Oh,
Kana.
sorry.
Yes, George, good morning to you. So now in their 50s, Eric and Lyle Menendez are featured in a new Netflix documentary reflecting on the trial that put them behind bars for life with no possibility of parole.
I remember when the verdict came down. It was first degree. It was so daunting that I was in shock.
For the first time in 30 years, Lyle and Eric Menendez is speaking out amid renewed interest in the infamous murder case that captured the world's attention.
I went to the only person that has ever helped me, that has ever protected me. And then ultimately this happened. He was arrested because of me. I wanted to die. In a way, I did not protect Lyle.
Audio tapes are part of the Menendez brothers' new Netflix documentary. The siblings who shot and killed their parents in their Beverly Hills home in 1989, opening up about what they said on the witness stand in the historic televised trial. Eric reacting to his brother's testimony.
I remember he had never said he was sorry.
The trial making headlines again 3 decades later as Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon's office evaluates new alleged evidence and public calls for resentencing.
We're not saying that there was anything wrong with the original trial. We have been given evidence.
Famed defense attorney Mark Garagos claims Eric sent his cousin a letter detailing the abuse 9 months prior to the murders. Garagos also says a member of the popular 80s boy band Menudo, Roy Rasulo, says he too was molested by Eric and Lyle's father in the family home. Adding to a growing call for the alleged abuse the boys suffered at the hands of their own father to be reevaluated, they claim it went on for years and that they feared for their own lives.
It was a culture of silence, and that culture of silence existed up until the 90s, and I think it finally got broken in the 2000s.
Now, prosecutors maintain the brutal murders were motivated by money. The next hearing is November 26th, and the DA says the final decision will be his. Guys.
Okay, Candace, thanks very much. Our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, is here. What's the DA doing here?
Right. So I don't quite understand the timing, right? The DA is coming out now saying, well, we're going to evaluate this. This motion by the defense with this new evidence came out in May of 2023. Why now? Why now? Because of the documentaries, because of the evidence that's come out, that came out previously. It's because of the attention on this. And the DA comes out and says, well, we're going to evaluate this. We're going to look into it. What could possibly be taking this long after their habeas petition was filed in May of 2023 with all the new evidence? It starts to feel a little bit political because, again, this hearing is going to occur after their local elections there.
And this all happened decades ago, 1989. There's support now, and in a very different way for the Menendez brothers than there was back then.
Yeah, and I think that's because the claims of abuse are starting to seem like they were true. And remember that in the first trial, where there were 2 hung juries, 2 different trials, they actually presented their evidence of abuse. It seems some of the jurors believed it. In the second trial, they were largely not allowed to make those claims of abuse, and they were convicted. And so if you view it through that prism, you can see why a lot of people would say, wait, that seems really unfair, considering in particular this letter that was sent by Eric Menendez, it seems 8 months before this happened, talking about abuse. That sure does seem to support the brothers' claim that this is exactly what happened.
So then what's next?
Well, the next question is going to be, are you talking about a possibility of a new trial? Are you talking about a resentencing? Are you talking about the case being thrown out? I think the only likely scenario is a resentencing. They're not going to have a new trial of the Menendez brothers. And I also think their conviction's not going to get thrown out. But I think that that's a very likely possibility here, so they get resentenced and potentially freed.
We will see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, Dan. Our thanks to you as always.
Okay, hold on. Let me play. I'm going to play one more for tonight. We're going to play the one Kim Kardashian here because she visited Eric. So, you know, the more people with money and power and stuff on their side, it does help with these things. Because look at the West Memphis 3. They had all those freaking people on their side, which I'm still a little on the fence with that one, or not on the fence. I think the West Memphis 3, I don't know if that makes, I feel like there's a part of me that thinks that they could be the right guys, but if it wasn't for like the stepfather, what's his name? He seems so freaking guilty, which it's either him or this West Memphis 3, but they had like a bunch of people supporting him because of documentaries. So it does help. But here's this.
I was inspired.
Hold on one second. Let me. Hold on. Come on. Go over here. There we go.
I was inspired to go to law school and really further my education to see what I can do to help.
Kim Kardashian using that education to help the Menendez brothers. The reality star continuing her criminal justice reform work, advocating for Lyle and Eric Menendez's release from prison in a personal essay shared with NBC News,
Oh my
saying she spent
God.
time with the siblings and, quote, they are not monsters.
You know where I'm at in my life now, if I can
Hey,
influence
dude,
people in other
Ringo.
ways and just to
2
take something that's close to their
a.m.
heart and use their platform to speak up, that's what's really important to me.
In her lengthy letter, Kim adds that who they are today in their 50s is not who they were at 18 and 21 years old when they killed their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. And she believes their claims of years-long sexual abuse at the hands of their father wasn't fairly taken into account during their 1996 trials, which is something a
Why
Los
do they
Angeles
have
district
those
attorney
stupid
revealed on
music?
Thursday could help grant the brothers a resentencing. Right
Dang it.
now, they're serving life without parole.
So we're here to tell you, so we
Oh my
have a
God, we heard
whole-
enough of this guy right here. They keep playing the same. Okay.
Netflix's Monster series, which takes a look at the Menendez's dysfunctional family life and what may have led up to the brothers' decision to kill their parents.
Okay, you have to shoot first so that you don't back out. What? Okay. I love you, Eric. I love you.
As for Kim, she's been vocal about her hopes to make a change when it comes to justice.
I'm really motivated to get to know the law more and fight for people that deserve a second chance.
Especially on her family's reality shows, even visiting prisons on camera.
Thank you for having us. So nice to meet you.
One of her most recent untelevised stops was to see the Menendez brothers with nonprofit criminal justice advocate Scott Budnick, who gave ET some insight into that visit.
Kim and I, we've done multiple prison visits together. We were planning to go to Donovan Prison to meet with a group of 40 guys. The Menendez brothers just happened to be 2 of the 40. How this woman finds time to give back, to want to inspire people, to bring hope, to visit prisons. I think the fact that we can have Kim Kardashian and her platform
I
Oh,
know,
amplify
there's
incredible.
so much.
And
I
someone else
always
who
wanted
joined
to,
them,
but I
Cooper
didn't.
Koch, who played
Yeah, I
Eric
wish-
on the show.
I have a feeling because all this
Keep trying
music, I'm gonna have to
just to change the lives that we were living.
cut it all
And
out. Sucks.
I knew at some point that I was going to be willing to do anything just to.
That's what
make
I
it all
said.
stop.
Did you hear me?
Kim and Cooper had just met a few days before,
That's what I
and
said.
she invited
I
him on the
gotta
trip,
poke her eye
obviously,
out.
because she knew that in this
Oh
group
my
of guys, the
God.
Menendezes would be there. And it was a very, I would say, inspiring, incredible moment to watch the 2 of them interact. They embraced each other. They gave each other a hug. You could tell it was just a great conversation. I wasn't privy to it, but you could tell that they were really happy talking to each other.
A hearing has been set for November 29th to
Okay. I have a feeling I have to cut out this whole end with all the stupid music. Oh, all right. Hold on one second. Let me do. The one with Rosie's a good one, but it's long, and we could do it next time because it's a longer one. And I just wanted to do. Oh yeah, look at this. This is good. Appeal for Menendez. They already have almost 500,000. When was this set up? Oh, in 2019. Well, yeah, now they're going to be, I think they're definitely going to get it though. Menendez trial is a very famous and controversial case, but unfortunately also very understanding and important in the perspective of someone who's been SA as a child theirself. The original trial contained information, evidence, and testimonies that caused a mistrial, of which I firmly believe was and is the truth. The second trial will remove that defense evidence in ignorance of CSA statistics and lack of humanness make all given information useless in the final prosecution. A California bill passed, which now allows incarcerated people convicted of crimes related to their experiences of being abused are able to submit a petition for a writ of habeas corpus challenging their original convictions. Such petitioners can seek a new trial, a reduced sentence, or another equitable remedy. Is that only in California though? if expert testimony and it's because it says well, I'm sure there's other bills. Testimony and its effects was not received into evidence. Wait, where are we? Sorry. Oh my lord, during the original trial proceedings, and is reasonable to believe that the outcome of the trial would have been different with such expert testimony. So yeah, that letter, the Menudo, well, dude, because the second one, because the second trial, they didn't allow all that stuff in. There's a ton of stuff that they could re-look at for that wasn't allowed into the trial. You know what I'm saying? They would have to go with, okay, that second trial, all that stuff that the judge didn't let in. He should, hopefully he'll take that in consideration because the jury convicted him based on this trial, which if they were to allow not only the letter and the Menudo experience, the guy from the Menudo into the trial, plus all that other stuff that they didn't let, would there be a different outcome? Heck yeah. So yeah, I think definitely, because that too, if you think about it, that would be a part of this right here, this thing. Wait, what's it called? The bill that passed is, what is it? AB 593 or whatever. Anyway, but it's like if it was not received into evidence during their original proceedings, it is reasonable to believe that the outcome of the trial would have been different. Yeah. Mind you, this bill was passed after the second trial, the jury reaching a verdict without all the factual information needed for the Menendez defense. My view of this whole case, from the significance to the relevance, the bill California passed, the year 2020 is the year that Eric and Lyle should have received fair retrial as well as mercy. Their time in prison has not been anything less than productive, educational, and motivational. Even if you're unfamiliar with their case, do the research if it interests you, and if not, at least understand everyone deserves a second shot at life. In their situation, this would be their first real shot at life and freedom, not only from prison, but from their inner fears, their past burdens, and present regrets. A change in justice was made for a reason. Why not retry that case with a new bill? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But I wonder if all the money's gone. Wonder what they're gonna have to go to. If they'll have to set up, one of the things will have some kind of plan for when they get out, where they're gonna be. And I know their family's there to help them too, some of their family. So it'll be a big adjustment. They've never really been adults, first of all, out on their own. Second of all, look where they had, they didn't have any freedom even that whole time living out there on their own. So, dude, it's gonna be probably hard at first to get used to, because they're so probably content where they're at. But they'll get used to it, hopefully, because I really do think it's going to happen, and hopefully they'll have some good life, All
right, Darsha, thank you for that. Now,
let's see what this one is. I don't know. It's just
revisiting the case by reviewing evidence from the murder trial could be life-changing for the Menendez brothers, who are currently serving life sentences. NBC4's Robert Kovacic has more on that and what some are calling, really, and you have it right here, the smoking gun at the center of these new developments today. Robert.
Colleen, and it all starts with the question that has been debated for decades. Were they molested or were they not? A jury didn't believe they were, and it led to the Menendez brothers' conviction to life in prison without the possibility of parole. So now, what exactly is this, quote, new evidence that could change the case, corroborate their claims, and potentially lead to their freedom? Tonight, we spoke with the journalist who discovered this letter and more. It's a story they've stuck with, from their tearful testimony decades ago to what Lyle Menendez told me during a phone call from prison in 2017. Why didn't you and Eric just leave the house?
Because it's difficult. I look back and there are times when I say I'd give anything to just grab my brother, force him in the car, leave the house, hope for the best.
The Menendez brothers say they were molested by their father and they feared for their own lives.
They were afraid that their parents were going to kill them.
Journalist Robert Rand, who covered the trials from the very beginning, has never wavered from his belief the brothers' story was true.
Oh, that's
and
Robert
the author
Rand.
of this book set about to prove it.
I thought that there was some sort of connection. Jose Menendez was obsessed with the band Menudo.
This is the Peacock docuseries, Menendez plus Menudo, Boys Betrayed. As the co-executive producer, Rand interviewed a member of the boy band Menudo who claims he was sexually assaulted multiple times by Jose Menendez, who was then head of RCA Records. The day after the docuseries premiered last year, a petition was filed with the courts to reopen the Menendez case.
My sister could have protected her kids. That was her job.
For years, relatives of Lyle and Eric expressed their support for the pair.
Do you forgive Lyle and Eric Menendez for what they did?
Yes, absolutely.
1 year after we interviewed Robert Rand about the Menendez case, coinciding with the premiere of an NBC drama about it, Rand found what may be the smoking gun.
I was shocked. I mean, I knew it was a major piece of evidence.
He was given access to papers of Eric's cousin, who had since died. And Rand discovered this letter. It is from a 17-year-old Eric Menendez to his 15-year-old cousin.
Eric Menendez says in the letter that he's afraid every night that Jose will come down the hallway and come into his room.
It was written in 1988, 9 months before Eric and his brother killed their parents. I've been trying to avoid Dad. It's still happening, Andy, but it's worse for me now. I can't explain it. He is so overweight that I can't stand to see him. I never know when it's going to happen, and it's driving me crazy. Every night I stay up thinking he might come in. I need to put it out of my mind. I know what you said before, but I'm afraid. You just don't know Dad like I do. He's crazy. He's warned me 100 times about telling anyone, especially Lyle. Rand believes this letter proves the molestation was not a fabrication.
We don't have a final decision yet, but this all looks very encouraging.
Now, in this 3-page letter that has been authenticated, Eric also wrote, "Mom is not doing too good. It's like she's here physically, but mentally she's like gone, if you know what I mean. She freaks out over nothing." DA Gascon has made the point that this is new evidence. The Beverly Hills Police Department has always contended there was no evidence of molestation during the course of their investigation. And tonight, the Beverly Hills Police Department states they have not been contacted by the district attorney regarding these new developments. I'm Robert Kovacic. Colleen?
All right, Darsha, thank you for that. Now,
let me see what this one is.
A juror in the first Menendez trial says it was men versus women during.
All the short ones real quick.
A juror in the first Menendez trial says it was men versus women during jury deliberations. And if the trial happened today, they would have been acquitted.
It was a classic battle of the sexes. The men did not believe that
I must have enjoyed.
had been abusing his sons.
Hazel Thornton, juror number 9, spoke out on News Nation.
The men never did back down and accept the fact that they may have been abused.
News Nation senior correspondent Laura Engel.
She told us that the men did not believe the sexual abuse portion of the testimony that came in the trial. I asked Hazel why she believed the testimony, and she said it really came down to the actual words spoken from the Menendez brothers, to their body language, and also to the 50-plus witnesses that talked about the years of abuse that they say came at the hands of the father.
If they were tried again, I do think that the outcome would be very different.
The Menendez brothers' attorney, Mark Garagos, told me that he also believes society back then had a difficult time believing that the boys were victims of sexual abuse at the hands of their own father, Jose.
We were in a different era then. We have evolved as a society and as a culture. We understand these things now.
During the brothers' first trial, jurors heard their claims of abuse. The trial ended in a hung jury. In their second trial, the abuse claims were not allowed to be introduced, and they were found guilty of murder. Today, Netflix is out with a new documentary in which we hear from the Menendez brothers speaking out in new recorded interviews from prison.
My name is Eric Menendez. My name is Lyle Menendez.
In the Menendez brothers documentary, Eric explains why the brothers killed their parents rather than just move out.
My father told me, no, you are not getting away from me. I was groomed to know that I could never get away. The idea had been whipped, beaten, and trained into my brain. Lyle, at this point, believes that our parents could kill us.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna see how long this one is. I'm not gonna play it right now, but yeah, I'll play it next time. So yeah, so tomorrow 4 o'clock, because it's 1 o'clock their time, so it'd be 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4 o'clock. I'll do that press conference that's supposed to be happening. And then well, it is happening, but I don't know who's going to be covering it. I'll find somebody. Some news will be doing it, so I'll be able to stream it. And then if I could find anybody doing the Wade stuff at 1:30, I don't know if it'll be a big thing, because I don't know if any like Law & Crime or any channel is going to be doing it, because I mean, it's just going to be virtual. Let me see if they have anything up yet. But a lot of the times Law & Crime doesn't, for stuff like that, it won't go up until like a half hour before. I'll try to check some of the local Florida ones too, to see if they're doing the Wade. But like I said, it's going to be virtual, because they said they're not going to transport them. So it's just going to be a virtual thing for the appeal stuff. I mean, we're not going to find out anything big, but I know people will be interested just to see if like Wade will be there, or well, what Ufferman, because Ufferman should be there, or, you know, what they say. I want to see something. Hold on. I'll do. So yeah, that is at 1:30, and then this is at 4. But I'm trying to find. No. No, hold on. I can't. Hold on a second. Let me see. Appeal. Trying to find that site real quick so I could. One second. Where do you have it? See, where do I gold it? Where do I gold it? Let me put in. Yeah, that should bring it up. Let's see, district court. All right, this should be in here. Let's see, case search. No. Yeah, do it that way. Hold on one second. Well, let me. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. Forget what website that is, but anyway, Yeah, there we go. Huh. All right, guys. Sorry, I was just looking at some stuff. The hearing for this or for Wade is at 1:30. But like I said, I don't know if anybody's gonna if it'll be available at 1:30 or if people just news will just do like clips later or if they will live stream it live. But 1:30, if I could, hey, if it's there, I find it, I'll do it. And then this is at 4, the Menendez, and then we'll go from there. I am going to end it now, you guys. I'm not going to do much of a wind down. I'll saying shut up. I know. I feel like I should just like end it because I got to do some things and it's late. But then I feel bad because this is what always happens. I feel bad because I didn't get to really say hi to anybody in chat. So then I start like looking and be like, oh, hi. Oh, what are you going to, Steph? Oh, thanks. Integrity, Amanda. It's just me, Ann. Hey, Erica. Geraldine. Yeah, so you have the Delphi case, which isn't going to be, I don't know who's reporting on that case. Oh, it's just jury selection, right? With even Sarah Boone. Did Sarah Boone start this week? Delphi is just not, I mean, we're not going to be able to watch it. It's yeah, I don't know who's there that's going to be reporting on it. I haven't even looked, but that is a trial. I would have loved to see the Delphi one, because that has like all the mystery and freaking everything has been so secretive and sealed, and but with Sarah, it's like I feel like there's not. I mean, what are we going to learn with that? We've seen basically all the evidence because there's not a lot. I mean, there might be a few things, but we kind of know what happened there. But with the Delphi, like I still don't know. It's still such a mystery. I mean, you kind of know because I do think it's Richard Allen, but there's still things that just don't make sense or add up, and it still would be really interesting to see what they have and if there's a connection with Richard and the girls, or is there another person involved, or is it somebody else? I mean, I think it's Richard, but I know there's some people, like, I know there's a lot of people out there that don't think it's him. I do. I mean, I think they got the right guy. But like, is there another person involved? How did he pick them? Was it just random? Like, there's just so many unanswered questions, but we're going to have to be left to like somebody that's at the trial just kind of explaining, what's going on, right? Sucks. No love. Yeah, we know that's the thing. We know that what happened. She's drunk. Gets in the suitcase. She takes that video, yells. We don't know, I guess, if she pushed him down the stairs, but I don't know if we're gonna find that out. But then with the suitcase, and then she goes up and passes out upstairs. That's about it. Yeah, but Delphi would be super interesting. Wait, did Sarah Boone start today then? Let me see. Last minute motions. Did the jury selection start today? I don't even know. I know in Delphi it did. I'm trying to find this here. Oh yes, begins. Well, I know that Quentin Simon, that's what it was, Quentin Simon trial. I was thinking about watching that, and I'm like, man, there's so many other ones. I don't even know. It's just you can't even stay caught up. Even if I were to want to continue whatever the way, just like not, I mean, there's not too much left, but just like loosely, as that story, just kind of with the jail phone calls, but like have that not like it's not as like as much where I could still do another case. But the Menendez right now, I would like to, since that's going to be going on, like that they're going to possibly be released soon. I want to finish this, so this will probably be a few parts to go through all this case, and then after that, I don't know, maybe are you guys watching the Simon one, Quentin, the trial that's going on? By the time I get around to start it, it'll probably be over. I don't know what to do. I guess I will just watch the Sarah Boone and then just maybe do highlights, but I'm not going to watch the jury selection. Is that even on? Wait, is it? Hold on, law and crime. Did they do the jury selection on? Are they doing it on video? Let me see. Hold on. I'm going. Is it law and crime? Is it covering Sarah Boone, right? What's the mom's mysterious trial? What is that? Is that the one? But who is it? What? Hold on a second. Quentin Nixon. What? I never heard of that. Which one are you? What are you guys following? Put it in the chat. What are you guys following any of these trials? If anything, I would have done the Quentin, because I remember when that first happened. I have like a video or two when I think he went missing first, and then I don't know. I know there's always so many anymore. But I feel like the Sarah Boone's gonna be the most boring one because there's no mystery. There's no like anything wondering. It's just like so transparent of what it is. There's not even any like why like to figure out like their mentality or like getting their mindset. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's just it's so transparent, like who they are. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like I know those type of people. I'm not intrigued by like to figure out like, oh man, what made her do that, or what's going on, like what's the why, and then what, and like it's already it's too obvious. That type of person doesn't not nothing too deep. Isn't like she's not like anything real deep, and we know what happened basically. The only thing I would like to know is if she did push him down the stairs in that suitcase. So I mean, I'm sure maybe that'll come out with the injuries, but besides that, it's like it doesn't interest me. I mean, she's funny. It was funny, but now like we are like if like for instance, if it was like, oh, we get to see the body cam or see something new. Yeah, if there's something new, if like I see like a video where it's like, ooh, recording or something, I'd be interested in. But I already have all the body cams. You know what I'll do? Maybe I could do this week or when the trial starts, because I had ordered the body cam. We could like go through the body cam and watch them. I wanted to release them all together. I do have some of them released, but I wanted to go over them. I don't know. Could do that. But am I making sense? I'm not saying that. I know a lot of you guys are anxious for that. I'm not saying like that. It could be funny because she's just so ridiculous, but like it's not really. anything that I don't know how to explain it. Do you know it came out of the? Wait, what did you know it came out the? Came out the what? Yeah, if she testifies, I would want to see that. That'd be good. I'd like to see that. I'm gonna keep my eye on it, watch highlights, or look and see what's going on, and watch if there's anything that I haven't seen, and then I could do I'll do a video as it goes on if there's anything. But I might do like one when it starts, not the jury, or maybe even this week with the jury selection. I don't know. Whenever I have time, with the body cam, and then yeah, I would. Yeah, can you be her cross-examine her? Oh my god, because how she gets so like well, you know how she is. So that would be entertaining. That's the thing. She'd be entertaining to watch, like cross-examine or even testifying, even with her defense asking her because. Oh Lord, what came out? Boom, hit his finger with a baseball bat whilst in the suitcase. What? Hit his finger with a baseball bat. Oh no, I didn't. When did that come out? Oh yeah. That was already out. Yeah. I just did watch a couple weeks ago where he it was the sentencing, I think, right? Where he read that letter or something. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I forget his name. Okay. Well, what about like did it come out that she actually did put him down the stairs in the suitcase? Because remember, like the neighbors heard that sound. It's like a loud sound against the wall. And when it was like the walls, the one of the neighbors that the walls connected, like they shared a wall, and he had those, some of the injuries. So I would like to see what they say about the injuries he had, and if there was some kind of, you know, if it showed that like maybe she did, or was she just hitting it with a baseball bat? I don't know. So I'd be interested in that part, because I don't know, like just to figure out what was going on there. But that was insane. This guy was so nervous. Yeah, he was. He really was. He was. So wait, like he tried to stick his fingers out of the suitcase to undo it, and she hit it? Is that what you're saying, Aaron? Yeah, I haven't been like the emotions. I didn't. Dang, maybe I should have. Oh, it's already updated now. Yeah, right. I didn't know when did she get offered that? I don't understand. Everybody's saying that. Was that recently, Aaron? Where did that happen in the last like couple weeks or something since her new lawyer? Is that because when though? You're talking about the one that everybody's mentioning at the beginning. Everybody's like, oh, she passed up an offer. Because where is that at, dude? I've been trying to look for that. I have not. Wait. Yep, what? Was it recent or old? Because if it's old, are you sure? Because I know people have been saying it, but can you send me some proof that happened? If it's new, then I haven't been keeping up with any of the new stuff. Wow, that's crazy. Let me look it up. Is it a new thing? And if send me, let me see if it pops up to new. No, I don't see anything new. So you're talking about the one that everybody keeps saying from like but nobody could send me anything where it shows that. Oh, wait, here we go. It was new. Okay. Dude, wait, that is stupid. Wow, she's stupid. Or I shouldn't say that. No, that's stupid. Like, that is not a good decision. Wow. Because I was wondering, because the lawyer said that they're waiting, the new lawyer, there was an interview, and I was going to share the interview a while when he first took the case, and I got sidetracked to something else, where he said that it's like where they are with the case is time for a deal. Like, they should be offered a deal. The state should be offering a deal because of, whatever, wherever the case is. And I was wondering, and I was like, I don't know, like, and then they're doing that, their defense. I'm like, I swear he said that in the interview, and I'm like, are they going to offer a deal? Well, he was right. It looks like they did. Well, why didn't she take it? No, I got it. I saw it. It's new, Aaron. Yeah, I thought you were talking about like the old one, because everybody's been saying for months like that it happened way at the beginning, and I could not find any deal at the beginning. But yes, it's new. Wow, gosh, she should have took it. Why wouldn't the lawyer try to talk her into it? She already served like what, 5? She would only have 10 more years to go. Dude, she might get life. Oh my God. If the lawyer should have talked her into that. That is so stupid. Oh, hold on. It says, yeah, she won't accept a plea deal. But hold on. The headlines, will say like 15 years to, where did it say that? A plea. Okay, it says Court TV. Let me click on this. Reject plea deal. And then it says 15 years. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Seating chart.
I want to see. This is where it says, look.
Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use last names when addressing any member of order. I did ask the state to provide a copy of the score sheet to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the lowest permissible sentence based on the score sheet?
22 and a half years, 246 months.
Okay, ma'am, and there's no offer to resolve this case, is that correct?
The offer is still 15 years on a manslaughter.
Okay, ma'am, do you understand the charge in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's a punishable by life felony?
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
I will be in prison for the rest of my life.
Okay. Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case? Okay.
The offer is
Take the offer, dude. You're not going to get found. There's no way you're not going to get found guilty. So the lowest is 22 years. Oh my God. Somebody needs to put some. So it does sound like that deal's been on the table, the way he worded it. Do you guys agree? So that's what it sounds like. So she is just rejecting that. And it sounds like it's there, and she just won't take it. And it's been there, it sounds like. Dang it. What the heck, dude? The lawyer needs to he can't make her, but somebody needs to freaking do this. Oh my Lord. That's a good deal. Why? How does she think she's going to win? Oh my God. I can't even feel bad for her at all. Not that I would, but like that is just stupid. Oh my Lord. That is just stupid. It's frustrating that because we know there's no way you're going to get found innocent. There's absolutely no freaking way. The judge, you know what the lawyer needs to tell her? Like maybe he has. The lawyer should be like, Sarah, like, I don't know what his percentage he thinks, but like there's like 99, I would say 99% we're not gonna win this. Like just take the deal. We're not gonna win. Wow. Get what, Meek D? Can you get? What kind of question is that? You gotta finish the question. Hey, Steph Cells. She shores. Can I get what, silly? Can you get? Yeah, she has a son. I don't know how old he is. He's probably by now, I would say, like a teenager, right? But it's making me mad. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'd be like, if I was a lawyer, I'd be like, I cannot. No, you either take this or I'm gone, because that is frustrating. That is so frustrating. Okay, I'll press play. That is so freaking frustrating.
15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
85, only 85%.
But that is my understanding.
The lawyer's
Ma'am,
like,
understanding the state's
my
offer,
God,
do you wish to
take
accept
it.
or reject the
Accept,
state's offer
accept.
to resolve this case? Okay. Ma'am, a
can't.
witness list was filed by the
I
defense.
can't.
Have you had the opportunity to review and go over with your attorney those witness lists?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Wow.
Judge,
Oh, hi. Good night, Caitlin.
You know, I can only go out there certain times, but we've amended the witness list several times. I don't think she's seen the most amended witness list, which I don't know when it was filed, but I'll make sure today.
Dude, I wonder because, okay, do you guys agree that it does sound like it's been, that offer's just always been there? Or did I take that wrong? Because the reason I bring that up is because remember, before she had this lawyer that volunteered to help her out, right? She was going to have to represent herself. And she still wasn't going to take that deal, knowing that she was going to have to represent herself when it takes it to like negative 100 that you're going to win now. Like it's in the negatives. Like you won't win so much that it's going to, oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. This is just stupid. This trial should not be happening.
During a break, go down and make some copies of the list and bring it back up.
That lawyer's probably like,
Okay. Ma'am, we'll circle back on that issue. But in your conversations with your attorney so far, and the witnesses that they intend to call in the case, should you choose to put one on, are there any witnesses that you wanted to call or want to be as witnesses that your lawyers have not listed?
I'm unaware because I don't know what the list is.
Okay, all right. We will circle back and readdress that.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
You know, this case was 4.5 years ago, and she did instruct us to make attempts to find neighbors in that apartment complex, which has changed hands and people have left. So we've been trying to find witnesses from 30 plus days ago, but we haven't found as many as she wanted us to. We found some that we feel like will be helpful for the defense, but we potentially could have found more, but we did the very best that we could. I'll give her the list and then we'll bring that up again, Judge.
Okay, we can address that after she's had the opportunity to review the amended list. Ma'am, are you ready for trial?
I am.
Is there anything else you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, please, but if I may have water, please.
That's something I got to address with corrections during a break, ma'am. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and ask the state to bring in our jury. Before we bring them in, I'm going to ask the parties to reverse their positioning to be on the other side of defense counsel's tables, please.
Rejected the plea offer that the state of Florida has offered Sarah Boone 15 years on a manslaughter charge, reducing the charge and guaranteeing a sentence for her. She says no. And the judge even cautioned her that if she is convicted on the murder charge, the minimum, the mandatory minimum he's looking to sentence her would be upwards of 22 years, 22 and a half, I believe, to be exact.
Well, I want to see how he words that again, because maybe
When's the last time you took those medications? Are they affecting your ability to perceive or understand? Okay, thank you. All right, the parties have been provided answers.
Hold on, I want to see what he asks. What? How does he ask?
What are you taking?
Oh.
For stomach acid and Lipitor.
When's the last time you took those medications? Of a seating chart. Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use last names when addressing any member of our venire. Please use paddle numbers. The crime charge in this matter is second-degree murder. I did ask the state to provide a copy of the score sheet to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the lowest permissible sentence based on the score sheet?
22 and a half years, 246 months.
Okay, ma'am, and there's no offer to resolve this case, is that correct?
The offer is still 15 years on a manslaughter.
Okay, ma'am, do you understand the charge in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's a punishable by life felony?
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
I will be in prison for the rest of my life.
Okay. Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case?
Yes.
Okay.
The offer is
So wait, 15. So 15, but 80. You'll do 85%. How much would that be? I just got to see something. Calculator. Where is my calculator? Where is it? Oh. So 12.75 years. She's already done 5, right? What year was this done in? Yeah, 5. Dude, she would only have like under 8 years to go. Just, this is frustrating, dude. Because chances are she's not even gonna get the minimum. Like, she can get life. Like, I don't think she's gonna get the minimum probably anyway. So she's gonna get more than 22 probably. I don't know. This is just even not. That's still 7 years or more. Oh my God. This is like frustrating, but I gotta say, it's your choice. I don't understand. Why does this bother me so much? It's just hard to. I mean, I can't imagine what that lawyer's going through. It's probably like, oh, even the prosecutors, because they have to go through all the time and have to go through this case. The judge, they just want to, come on, just take the deal. Let's get this done. Like, all the hassle. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's like 99% chance that she's going to be innocent. Or that she's not going to. Wait, did I say that wrong? Yeah, the opposite. Like, I almost think it's like 100% she's not going to get innocent. I'm sorry. It's just going to be a matter of how much time she gets. I mean, it's the chances that she's going to be innocent, I feel like it's like 1% or less. It's so little. Like, I don't know. I'll give her 3%. All right, guys, I'm going to end it. Wait, it says I have 5. No, I guess I don't. Bye, guys. I'm really ending it. Have a good one. See you guys tomorrow. Maybe at 1:30, but for sure at 4. Bye.